How's the audio? Test 1, 2, 3. In the back? In the front? On the sides? Up in the air? Down low? Up high? Whatever. Yep. You okay, Mike? Not yet? You want us to wait, or can we continue with the announcements? Thanks. All of you picked up your badges out there, right? Registered with Karen? Everybody's done that? As in previous years, your badges have your name and your call sign. Unfortunately, last night when I was doing the badges, forms up here on one of the breaks or at lunchtime. Please see me and pick up a form and update your registration. If you have 2 asterisks by your call sign, or your call sign isn't in the call sign field and there's 2 asterisks, that means that I don't know you. You have not registered ever with me, and so we'll need to have you come and fill out a form also. I have them with me. By the way, we uploaded the most current version of the registration form online, and it is a fillable PDF. So if you have a way to do that without mailing it in, you can fill it out online and email it to me. So that's an upgrade from previous years. In your packet of information, besides your agenda, you have an ICS 214. This is, I think, the 3rd or 4th year I've brought those to familiarize you with the form. The idea is to keep track of the things that you feel are most important during the day. If you were in the field using this in an ICS structure, it would be an important document to document your time and the highlights of the things that you did, especially the things that were important to the incident and your response. So, is there anybody here that needs instructions about the 214? Just go ahead. A couple of you need instructions about the 214? Let me grab one. Hold on. Stand by. Please.
Oh, okay.
You didn't get any?
Just quick.
Oh, I have extras. Who didn't get any? Oh my goodness. I'm going to fire my helpers. I'm just kidding. I want to thank my helpers that provided the forms for you. I don't know that I have that many. I printed enough for the registered attendees of the conference. That was 130. So we have more here than 130. Yay, that's good. So if you're husband and wife, you can share. I don't care if you do. And so there will be enough. Raise your hand if you need a form. Raise your hand, keep it up till Jane can bring you a form. Okay, for those who need instruction, incident name or event name is going to be 2015 Racing Conference or something to that effect. Operational period, date. You can either put Halloween in there or October 31st, 2015. I don't care. Time from 0800 to approximately 1530. That's to be determined. Name? I hope y'all know.
Look at your agenda too.
If not, don't ask me. I don't have the RACES database with me. ICS position, you can just put in there RACES volunteer. Home agency, if you're representing ARES, ERC, if you want to fill that in, you can. You don't have to. Resources assigned can be left blank. So that top, number 6, can be blank. Activity log, date and time. Start with the date and time on the first line, and the rest will just be time entries because we're not changing dates. And then notable activities. Whatever you feel is important about that. If you want to put breakfast down, lunch down, those are important activities to do, go ahead and do that. Topics presented, specific ideas that you learned. I'm not asking for you to turn these back in. I have in the past to see if you really understand the use of it, but I think after the 3rd time you should probably get it. And it's another way to keep notes. Remember, in the field, if you're responding as a volunteer under an ICS structure to an incident, and it's a FEMA, an incident that will be that FEMA will send recovery funds to, that your time in the field is valuable. It can offset the 25% matching funds that the state will have to provide. And the other part of it is those activities and those notes that you keep can keep you out of trouble, litigation-wise. Okay, enough about the 214. You also have a green form called an evaluation. Every year I ask for you all to turn those in, and I get a lower percentage of those. I don't know if you're just lazy, tired, or it's not important to you, but it's important to me. Those forms, I use the information from the evaluation to form the next RACES conference, to look at what you want us to cover here. So that's an important document, and I read every one of them. Don't write an epistle. It takes me a long time to do those. But make appropriate comments on your evaluation. And be honest. Any questions about 214 or the evaluations? We have a guest with us today. Oh, yes, Doug.
We didn't get one here on the green.
Okay. Do we have any more forms? Okay, if you didn't get forms, again, we printed 130. That's how many registered we had at the time we turned the count into the conference center. And I printed that many down. I apologize. You're excused from doing an evaluation if you don't have one. Okay, fair enough? Good deal. We do have a guest with us here, Jay Wilson. Jay, would you stand? Jay is from Colorado. He's the ARES liaison to FEMA in Colorado. He came over for a technology workshop we put on at the state Thursday and Friday. Very informative and worthwhile time we spent together with some people from the Reckwick and local leaders from Salt Lake City. RECWIC stands for the Regional Emergency Communications Coordination Working Group. It is a nationwide FEMA region function mandated by the federal government, and we have one of the best RECWICs in the country. We have a very active RECWIC group, and within that group there is a subcommittee or a subgroup. We call ourselves OXCOM, not to be confused with the ICS OXCOM, but we have this subgroup that deals with emergency communications different than public safety, so primarily on the radio. And we had a great technology conference Thursday and Friday, and I think we're moving in the right direction. We're glad Jay's with us. Thank you, Jay, for being here. I'm going to turn some time over for announcements. Let's, Mel, where's Mel? Come on up and give us an ARES update. We have about 15 minutes for 2 or 3 others.
Mine doesn't bother look great. When I walked in this morning, I was watching the people at registration. I saw this young lady and I said, I know the voice. Boy, that sure doesn't look like the voice I know. You may see that person around and you'll understand. I'd like to just let everybody know how much I appreciate all the effort you put into working on your different ARES groups in the counties and cities and communities you work in. And it's only through your efforts that the emergency management coordinators for the communities and counties where you live are feeling the ability to be able to have some kind of a response from our efforts. And it was interesting, I was in this RECWIC meeting yesterday, and one of the questions that was asked is, when we have the disaster, how many of the hams are really going to show up? And that's a real hard question to answer, because if the earthquake's in my neighborhood, I know I'm going to be busy trying to help my family and my neighbors, and will I be available? So, the obvious question came up, well, where will we get them from? And it might be if my neighborhood is devastated, yours might not be, and you might need to respond to an area that's different than where you've been trained or taught. So a lot of talk was given to having us work together and be more interoperable with each other and our equipment and the resources we use. Now, I was quite impressed with some of the discussion topics that went on in this group, and I think we all need to give some of that a very serious thought as to how we're going to work, not only in our area, but if we have to respond outside. Are we knowledgeable enough to know how to help our neighbors to the south, north, east, or west, wherever it may be? Give that some thought in your groups, and it might not hurt to have a meeting 1 month during the year with the county or community to the north or south, east, or west of you, and get to know them a little bit better, so you would be better able to help them out in the event of a disaster that we know is going to happen someday, but we don't know when. There's a couple of good events coming up during the next few months and into the next year. Of course, we're going to have our VHF Society swap meet in February. It'll be the 27th of February. Please note that date. It'll be at the same place we've always had it, at the Davis County Fairgrounds. And we'd like to encourage everybody to attend. The Rocky Mountain Division Convention this year will be in Colorado, and they're going to have it at a different location. It will not be at Estes Park, so if you show up there, it won't be there. It's going to be at Keystone, Colorado, and that's just off of I-70 as you're going into Colorado, where all the ski resorts are. And if you're interested in getting more details about it, I would suggest you do a Google on HamCon, Colorado, or Rocky Mountain Division Convention, and that will be there. And of course, we did the convention here in Utah, so we won't be doing a division convention in Utah or a HamFest for another 4 years. But interesting announcement. All of you have seen the little paper we've given you. I would really beg you and ask you, this is your chance to get some input on a HamFest we're doing in Salt Lake on the 8th and 9th of July next year. It'll be at Salt Lake Community College, and we've got a wonderful venue that Larry Jacobs and his son John helped us get. And we're forming committees, and we're trying to get people to work with us to organize that. Marvin Match is the motivating force that's the leader on this group. Marvin, would you stand up so people can see you? Marvin's sort of heading this up, and he's done a fantastic job at this point getting it organized. And if you have any desire to help out with this group, please see him during the breaks and talk to him about it. We're looking for all kinds of people to help out on committees. And do you have anything quick you'd like to mention about it, Marvin?
That's about it.
Good. Thank you very much. So we really want to make this a fantastic event. It has the potential to be one of the bigger events we've ever done. I think the biggest HamFest we've ever done in Utah, John maybe correct me if I'm wrong, was about 800 people when we did it at Park City. Is that right, John? 832, John knows. And John did a lot of work on that event, and I think it would be really neat if we could have 832 or more show up to this event. So put it on your calendar, 8th and 9th of July. It's a Friday and a Saturday. We're really looking toward getting some really wonderful events and activities planned for that. Does anybody else have any quick questions of me in regards to ARES or ARL or anything of that nature? Yes? It's February 27th. That's the last Saturday in February, and it'll be in Farmington at the Davis Fairgrounds. You can do a Google on Utah VHF Society, and we'll have a map on there. It should still be there from last year, but we'll make sure that directions are there on how to get there. And every year we tell people we're going to start at 9 o'clock, and I don't know why. Everybody shows up at 6:30. I guess it's because there's good junk for sale there, and everybody wants to get first dibs, but we'll try and keep it so that we don't open the doors till at least 8 o'clock. So keep that in mind. And it's a fun event. We really enjoy putting it on, and it's a great opportunity to socialize and find some good stuff. Thank you very much for your time. Yeah, one more.
Are you going to mention anything about your calendar?
My calendar.
Ham calendar?
Say again?
The ham calendar? Amateur radio? Events?
There's a lot of work that needs to be done on that. We've got a lot of events. You know, one thing that we found when we were trying to plan this ham radio convention for Utah in Salt Lake, there isn't a good weekend to do anything in Utah regards to ham radio. If there isn't something like this going on, there's a bike race or a foot race or you know, somebody's doing a seminar or a club meeting or whatever. So the calendars are full, and I'll have to make something get put on the calendar so that everybody can see what's going on everywhere at the same time. Thank you, Brent. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Mel. Scott from Mars.
Jack from Mars.
Who?
Jack.
Jack. Oh, okay. I had it Scott. How did I get Scott? Scott's not here. I didn't see.
Good morning. My name is Jack Christensen, Kilo Delta 7 November X-ray. There will be a test on that later, so keep that call sign in mind. I'd like to piggyback on Mel's comments regarding events that are coming up. One event that hopefully will inspire a lot of mutual cooperation between the amateur community and Mars organization is coming up in a couple of weeks. We'd like to be actually November 8th through November 10th, which is just in a couple of weeks from now. What we're going to be doing in Mars is simulating, and I can never get my mouth wrapped around this, so CME, coronal mass ejection, which is going to be a bad thing if that ever happens. You can read on the internet about it, look it up. It could potentially take out your equipment for a period of time. Could take down the power grid, although I was reminded this morning that the Chinese have said they can do that anytime they want. So I'm not really dependent upon a coronal mass ejection. But if you're interested in participating with us, we're going to need information regarding your county, information like what is the status of power systems, medical, sanitation, communication. Just a simple one-word comment would be all is well, or power is we were experiencing rolling blackouts. Maybe the communication systems are down. We're relying totally on the ham radio to communicate with the hospitals and other facilities within the county. And what we'd like to do is make this a radio-only contact. So if you're interested in participating as a ARES group, you can contact me directly. I'll make sure that you get on the list. If you have HF nets in your ARES organization, that would be great. Some groups only have VHF, but that's okay too. What we'll do is, if I can get your names and call signs, and we're gonna, if you're interested in participating, then we'll make sure you get information about how to do that. And you can send your information to me, KD7NX@ARRL.net. Kilo Delta 7 November X-ray at ARRL.net. Hope everyone gets a chance to participate. Thank you.
Okay, Gil. Okay, Jason, come on up. I don't know if this cord's long enough for how tall you are.
I'm Jason, KD7IET. I'm the Vice President of the Ogden Amateur Radio Club. As you came in the door and went to the registration desk there, you may have seen our signs out. We're offering a general class for the general license exam this coming January. Just to get an idea, do we have any techs in here who are considering an upgrade to general? Okay. All right. So we printed up some flyers. The flyers contain the same information that are on the signs out there. Also, I can walk around and hand some out now if you'd like. I can leave some out there so you can pick them up later if you'd like. Anyway, the license class is the 6th, 13th, and 27th of January. Basically, the Wednesdays in January except the 20th. We couldn't get that day. And then we're going to have a license exam the first Wednesday in February. And the class will go from 6 to 9 p.m. and it'll be at the Weaver County Sheriff's Office. So there where the jail is on 12th Street. We're not going to charge for the class, but the curriculum we will be using is not free. We'll be using the ARRL General Class License Manual. We are going to offer that for $25. So there are some people who approached us asking if they could use the previous license manual, and we'll try to make that work. Ideally, we'd like people to have the 8th edition. But if you have the 7th edition and you don't want to buy a new one, we'll work with you on that. Anyway, if you want to contact me, my contact information is on the flyer. And we can get you a license manual for $5 less than you could get it on Amazon. So do we have any questions? Is there anyone who wants a flyer who didn't get one? Okay, we'll get you one. Right, Gil, right in front of you here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Are there any more general announcements that anyone would like to make before the group? Doug, is that for a form or an announcement? Okay.
Is there a Wi-Fi code that we can use?
I'll check on that for you. Paul, come on up. And I'll let Paul thank you for bringing your reverse trick or treat.
Thanks, Bob. First of all, I want to thank Bob and the state RACES organization and the state for the idea of allowing the Bountiful Community Food Pantry to give you the opportunity to contribute to something that's rather close to my heart. And you'll see a couple of barrels out there, and I'm going to leave at least one of these buckets back by the water jug. But let me try to quickly tell you a little bit about the Bountiful Community Food Pantry. It started back in the 50s at Bountiful Community Church with a few cans of soup and beans on a minister's shelf. It is now a standalone 501c3 organization that has a 60 by 120 foot building for the distribution and collection of food stuff for those in need. With our primary area coverage, and that won't hit a lot of you here except those in the South Davis County, because our primary service for those in need within the county, the families, was from Farmington south to the South Davis line. However, our service is well beyond that. We've grown to a point where we're serving around 430 families a month from that area, and that equates to around 2,000 people a month in South Davis. We have an operating budget of about $1 million. We have collection and distribution of about 2 million pounds of food a year. It's amazing that in a county that is quite affluent, that we have a number of people that are in dire need of the daily sustenance to keep them going. Our service also extends beyond just those families that come into our market to get food. The county has asked us to assist with schools that fall into the Title I, which says that they have students that are, and there's a percentage within the school, but of students who fall at or below the poverty level are 150% of the poverty level, which is about $36,000 a year. So a family of 4 people trying to get by on $36,000 a year is tough, to say the least. So what we're doing is right now we're assembling and distributing about 720 what we call pantry packs to give to the various Title I schools. The principals come and say, we have so many students that don't have food over the weekend. They have nothing to eat over the weekend. So they identify those in the greatest need, and we are distributing to within the whole county 720 packs to the various schools, to the administration, who then quietly have the students come in and get those to take home to have food for the weekend. Those packs cost in the neighborhood of $5 a pack, and we're doing roughly 28,000 of those in a year, in a school year. So the numbers are big. It's amazing in this county also, and even locally around us out of Salt Lake, the number of volunteers that create the packs. We have kind of a recipe that goes in, and the number of people and groups that on their own collect food and the necessary stuff and assemble them and bring them into us, or contribute dollars to assist in that. We're going to run a little short this year, but we consider ourselves a faith-based organization, and it's amazing the amount of response that we get. The pantry also has a program for the clients working with Davis County Technical College, DATC. They have a dental assistance program, and with that, we have volunteer dentists who come in a couple of Fridays a week to provide dental assistance to our clients. And it's amazing the response that brings afterward, because if people are out looking for a job and they've got bad teeth, it impacts their presentation of themselves to the potential employer. So a Pantry Smile program is another area that, along with a newly established dental hygiene training going with that. We also contribute food to other local agencies that are also 501c3s. That, for example, the meals that are served on Sundays in Liberty Park, we assist in providing food for that. And we have access to rest homes for those that are less affluent, that we can help with that. But it all takes money, it all takes time, and so anything that you can give to expand, or not expand, but support, is greatly appreciated. And so for those of you who have brought food, thank you very much, we appreciate it. Those that haven't, that's wonderful, that still keep us in your thoughts and in your local areas. When you're outside the South Davis County area or Davis County, think about your own local food pantries. Support them, because there are definitely people in need. And I will have a bucket back there and one by my table. So if you'd like to, or in fact, I'll leave it up here. If you'd like to contribute any dollars, that's fine too. But thank you very much again, Bob, for letting me bring that here. By the way, Paul Blankenship, KC7RF, and a board member at the Bountiful Food Pantry.
Thank you. As I was contemplating, you know, the standard weekend we set aside for this conference was the first Saturday in November. And we had it scheduled, it was on U-Train early this year. And there was a misstep at DEM, Division of Emergency Management, and it got canceled. We corrected that. When I had the choices of weekends, next Saturday was gone. The first Saturday of November was gone, so I had the choice of today or the weekend after the Thanksgiving weekend. That's too far into holiday time. So I picked Halloween, and I thought, let's make it fun. Let's dress up. I can see most of you did. Let's come in costume and let's have some fun. And I thought, how am I going to do that with trick or treat? And I had an inspiration to do reverse trick or treat. Bring something for the food pantry or the food bank or a donation, bring it here. So my challenge to you is, take that idea. If you don't live in Davis County and you don't particularly care to support this effort here, take the idea back to your own places. Talk about it amongst your own groups. Reverse trick or treat and support a worthy cause. I think you'll be well rewarded for it. And thank you all for responding to my query about could we do this, and they said we'll bring receptacles, and it's a great service. We live in great abundance here, and we need to share. Anyway, those of you who have dressed up, I want you to stand up. In costume, I want you to stand up. Come on. I'm standing. Come on. Okay. If you're dressed up in a costume, I want you to come up here and stand in a line up front. I said there'd be prizes, and there's going to be prizes.
Hey, if I said to dress up, so I had to, right?
Well, I
So
should
I
have
did.
charts on it.
Anyway, first of all, let's give them a round of applause. I need a couple of volunteers. One on this side of the room and one on this side of the room. Brent, you're a volunteer for this side. Ray, you're a volunteer for this side. Okay. We're going to vote on which is the best costume. We're going to vote for third place first. Or should we vote? I don't know. How do you want to do this? Third place first. First place first? First place first. Okay. So first place first. You have to use your outside voice. You don't have a portable mic yet. So if you're dressed up you're together, I suppose. No, you're independent. Okay, step forward, tell us what you dressed up as.
I dressed up as an EMT, wearing my stethoscope, because I'm not an EMT, I'm a firefighter. My wife's an EMT.
Next.
I could be a witch, I can wear my hat, or a gypsy. I have the spider ears.
Okay.
I'd rather hope it is self-evident.
I dressed up as a superhero.
I'm a doctor wannabe. Or nurse.
Pulled out one of my parade costumes and wished to ride in parades. Crocodile Hunter.
Captain America. Okay. This isn't going to be simple by any means. So the volunteers are going to count people that vote. Because we're not going to do this by a written ballot. That'll take way too long. And so, Brent, you'll count the people on this side. Ray, you'll count the people on this side. For first place. First place. First place.
Actually, it'd be first, second, third for the top three winners.
Everybody that's voting for EMT, stand up.
I'm not voting, I'm just
For the witch? For the ladies?
Why do you like to know when you dress up for Halloween?
For the superhero? For the nurse? Sarah? Sarah Beth? Okay. For the crocodile hunter? And for Captain America? Okay, so first place goes to the lady.
will be better than that. Thank you, everybody. I can't describe it. Okay, what else I can do? Ready to whip out ready? We're working on a mobile roving microphone.
Greetings, and we're, as many of you know, we're attempting to stream this live to YouTube. We do have several viewers online already. We are limited in bandwidth in this building. Unfortunately, they're not hooked on to Utopia yet. So, if you have personal devices, there is an access to the Wi-Fi. Okay, if you're logged into the Wi-Fi, then please limit your bandwidth. Don't try to stream to YouTube. It's going. Let the people at home do that. So anyway, thank you. And the video will be available. It takes YouTube several hours to crunch something like this. So don't try to check for it until maybe tomorrow morning. Then it will be, the whole session will be available for download.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate Mike's willingness to do this. It came together rather rapidly, and he said he was prepared. We actually had him come yesterday to our technology workshop, and it was a good test for him and for us. It worked really well. We were able to stream the conference. Two of our RECWIG members, in fact, leads in the RECWIG, Pat Serene and Bob Schroeder from FEMA Region 8, were calling in on the FEMA conference bridge to attend the conference by teleconference voice. And we were able to stream that video to them so they could actually watch it. So it was, again, let's thank Mike. How many of you brought your radios? Okay. If you did not bring a handheld, raise your hand. Oh dear. Well, you'll have to buddy up with somebody later. Also, we're going to do what we did last year. If we get the mixer working right, we're going to allow you to ask questions over the PA speaker system by virtue of your handheld, so we don't have to run around with a portable mic and try to catch up with somebody that raised their hand on this side right after somebody made a comment on this side. And that gets pretty tiring. Here, function. We're ready to go. All right. So if you have a handheld, 146.44 is the simplex frequency. Use very low power. Everything's in the building. There's no repeaters with this. And remember that at some point we identify with a call sign. There will be more about radios later. Trust me. I got this from Highway Safety about Halloween. Tips for a spectacular Halloween. Did you know 89% of the kids participate in Halloween? 89%. 73% of kids trick or treat house to house. So, with that in mind, if you're a parent, or an uncle or an aunt, or in any way influencing children on Halloween, make sure they have some safety measures, fast reflecting tape, their costumes, use non-toxic makeup, testing it in small areas first. Costumes include shoes, should be well fitted. Make sure masks have large eyes and nose openings. Be sure to have an adult check the candy before the kids eat it. Don't let any of the children go into a stranger's home. Choose a costume that is flame resistant. Knives, swords, and accessories need to be made of cardboard or something very flexible. We hope that when you're done today, you can go enjoy with your family some time with Halloween. We're ready to go. So I'll start the presentation for you. Jerry, and turn the time over to you. You want to go right? By the way, this is Jerry Wellman, W7SAR, and he's going to make our first presentation. Recently retired and having lots of fun.
Absolutely. If you drove the road Legacy this morning, I hope you didn't get a ticket. My name is Jerry. I had a lot of roots in communications back in the CB days, actually. Civil Air Patrol member for a long time, public safety dispatcher, retired from the media, worked for Mel for a while as SEC, and still served with West Valley City as a public safety chaplain, and still work at ARES and REACT as a life member. A couple of things before I get started, a couple of rules that I found in success in life. And I won't read all these slides, so you can just catch them as you go by. Hope you caught that I didn't give you a rule too. Back in 1971, this got me interested in communications and emergency response. There was a boy lost in Casper, Wyoming, a 9-year-old handicapped boy, and we spent 11 days searching for him. Military. At one point we had 3,000 people on the mountain. That was the ham radio station that got me into ham radio. Some of the slides or some of the shots from that search. There was my station in the back of a trunk. Kevin was found alive after 11 days. It was somewhat short of a miracle. Kevin died a number of years ago in Colorado, and very active in Special Olympics, and it was kind of neat to know that he had a little bit of a hand in making his life a little bit richer. He was known as the Gentle Giant, and did a lot of good in his life. So there is some good things that happen to people that do public service, and I hope you find joy in serving, because it warms your heart when you get a hug from an 11-year-old boy. Communications is what we're here about. Net control on a recent call out got a message. The station was disabled and needed a 710. Net control had no idea what a 710 was, so they sent a rover out to find out. A rover arrives and asks the operator what a 710 was, and they showed him what we needed. Communications is not always as easy as it sounds. Some of the things that I've wondered about related to communications is where Coca-Cola comes from. For those of you who drink Coke. Had a good friend in Casper, Wyoming that had a lot of spare time on his hands, a lot like people like Mike Collette and myself that have time to do radio stuff. This guy had a Volkswagen and he covered it with postage stamps. And that was his whole life. I'm glad that that's not my whole life, but radio tends to be. I've always wondered about the qualifications of public works people. It just puzzles me some days, but some of life's little questions. I did marketing for a while, and this one always puzzled me. Same sign company put up the 2 signs, and apparently the 2 sign people didn't coordinate. Okay, a couple things that have to do with response kits and grab and go is your safety. We'll talk a little bit more about safety, or I will in just a little bit. Some of the things you just need to be aware of is just avoid normal risks and having situational awareness. This is not a good idea. Selfie in the aircraft. This one was photoshopped. This one was not photoshopped. Not a good idea. Forklift on a forklift just didn't work. That doesn't work. The guy hanging, he's not hurt. He's stringing wire. There's 2 guys up on top there. That was not a good idea. That one baffled me to no end. You see people in hazmat suits, you probably don't want to go close and get a picture. Drilling with a metal ladder in a pool. Some of us have been on the Wasatch 100 or places where we needed extension cords and it rained. That's not a good idea. That is not a safety helmet. Absolutely not a safety helmet. And finally, don't think that works. So, when we do things, sometimes that's the message we get. We try to figure out emergency response. A lot of people tell us, don't do this, don't do that. I hope to not do that for you today. I want to give you some different perspectives. Southern Utah, firemen respond to a truck wreck, and it looks just like any other normal truck wreck from that perspective, but from that perspective, it looks a little different. So things do change depending on your perspective, and I was glad for the guys that were down south. This is in Utah. If you want to check it on Snopes, you'll find the same photos. I want you to think a little bit outside the box today. I will overload you with information. I guarantee it. So take some notes. If you have questions, please come and holler. We'll talk about go kits. This is not a go kit. No matter what anybody else will tell you, this is not a go kit. A go kit is something that you have for your duties, for your assignment. They're all different. Sometimes we get a little bit too complex in our go kits. I'm going to talk to you about being simple go kits today. I've got some complex ones, and I'll tell you why they're not a good idea. But think functional. What are you really going to do? And just take what you need. Why do you need one? Well, you'll probably be somewhere where there's no power, there's no heat, there may not be any water or telephone. It's going to be very inconvenient, and you've got to provide your own gear. If you don't bring your own stuff, you contribute to the event as a victim, and then they have to support you. So if you don't have your own stuff, you probably ought not go. You want to build your kit now. When you get home today, put something together. Because if you need to go, and you don't have anything, it's too late already. You've got to tailor it again to your needs, with your equipment, your assignments, and how long you can stay. It's not a adult, grown-up thing to do to say, I can be there for the whole week when you can't. If you can only be there for a day or one shift, communicate that. Things do change over time. I've noticed as I've gotten older, I don't want to stay places any longer than I have to now, especially if there's not a bathroom close by. So as you get older, things change. So your situation will change. So let's do a little bit of what if. What if the dam breaks? What if Deer Creek lets go? What if your community gets hit by a mudslide? A lot of these photos, by the way, are from Utah. What if we see something over the Delta Center and it takes out some of downtown Salt Lake and scrambles traffic for a whole day? What if we have some riots over something silly? What if we have a fire? What if we have some people that want to go into a school and take care of a bunch of high school kids? What if you're hit by a snowstorm in West Valley City unexpectedly trying to go to work and you can't? What if you're in southern Utah? Or in Summit County? Or somebody comes missing that calls out a great number of people? Summit County. What if a UTA bus rolls over in one of the canyons? What if the earthquake happens? I told somebody earlier this morning, I wish it would just happen because we're all stressed about it. If we just get it over with, I'd feel a lot better. Bob, can you arrange for the earthquake? What if we have a fire? We've had a few of those. What if, and a lot of people didn't realize this one, this was a acid tank that blew over in a windstorm on the north side of Salt Lake, and they were getting ready to evacuate major portions of the county because of a huge cloud. The wind blew it toward Tooele, and we didn't get evacuated. However, in South Salt Lake, there was a leak, little leak, and they did evacuate some places. In Bountiful area, there was a propane tank that got hit by a van or vice versa. And it was all good until it caught fire. And they did evacuate people, and ham radio people responded to this. A lot of you went and helped out when there was a search for a missing young lady. Power outages. This was Salt Lake City a few years ago. Freeway accidents. I finally have started carrying grab-and-go kit in my car for times when we're stuck on the freeway for hours. You ought to have something in your car all the time. We have a race once in a while, running races. We have sports events. We have stadium events, all of which are great potentials for need to have gear available for you to respond if something happens. We have parades. Parades seem to be collections now for weird people doing weird things. We should be ready. Places, this is outside of Utah, but sometimes we have floods and snowstorms that affect wide areas of the country. If we don't get supplies into Utah within about 2 or 3 days, the shelves are empty because everything we get comes from everywhere else. Sometimes the power goes out in a big way in some areas of the country. Sometimes rail traffic goes out in a big way. So we need grab-and-go kits. You can go online and Google grab-and-go kits. KE7HLR has some good stuff. I'm going to pick on his stuff a little bit because he's got some complexities that I don't agree with. Field office kits, portable radio kits, computer kits, tool kits, all these things are good if that's what you expect to do. The older I get, I don't expect to go do a field office kit. That's not my job. I'm going to be a support person. I'm not going to be in charge, and so I probably aren't going to take things like paper and pencil and typewriters, things like that. But these are specialty kits, and I like his idea of having modular kits, and I'll show you some of his stuff. Things like additional gear, sleeping bags, or vehicle tool kits. Some basic kits you need to have, though, are just a day pack, something you can grab very quickly every time you go, and you can throw it in your car or keep it in your car. Your family needs at least a 144-hour kit. We used to say 72, that's not enough. You need 144 hours in your home kit. 72 just won't cut it when things happen. A lot of places have discovered 72 runs out, well, in 72 hours. You need 144. Length of your assignment is what's going to determine a lot of what you're going to bring. If you're only going to go for a couple hours, and that's what the typical response is in today's world, it depends on where you may not need to take as much stuff. If you're going to stay overnight, 2 to 3 days, or maybe you're going to go to Katrina, or you're going to go to Sandy, or you're going to go to the fires in Washington State, you might need to take a little bit more stuff. You have to decide what you're going to take. I'll show you some ideas. We talk about modes of communications, and I don't mean to pick on all of you guys that like different modes, but in all reality, what are we going to do? We're going to use a VHF voice radio in about 95% of our responses. We're not going to need packet. We're not going to need digital. We're not going to need slow scan TV. We're not going to need a lot of stuff. Plan on tactical voice communications, and by tactical I mean moving around, following a shadow, being in a vehicle, tactical, you're on scene. D-Star, Packet, all wonderful modes. I have them, they're okay, they're neat to use. You'll find in today's world that if you take D-Star and Packet somewhere, you won't be able to talk to anybody. Be careful of what you take. You've got to lug it with you or lose it. Video. There's a whole lot of movement lately with military and other groups to do video. I don't know that there's a whole lot of value anymore in amateur radio video. We are just too far behind. So it's fun to play with, but I don't know that I would consider it a response. HF is my second choice of things to take. I would always take an HF station with me if I'm going somewhere far away. So between VHF or UHF, FM, and HF, that's my choice. There's a lot of other things, and I laugh because people keep putting fax in here. I think we've unplugged our last fax machine at every place I've ever been. Fax is probably not ever going to be used. But you might even be able to use the agency radio or do runner, just help out in the EOC. Plan on that. Idea is to get messages through accurately, quickly, and the minimum of fuss. This is the key element for some of our response. Sometimes we're a real pain in the ass, and we shouldn't be. We should be the best people there. Do you want me to shovel the walks? Absolutely. Would you like me to put paper in the copy machine? Absolutely. What can I do to help you in this facility? If you sit behind your radio and say, I'm doing nothing other than that, you're probably not going to be very well liked. So be prepared to handle your assignment and focus on what they need you to do. Okay, some of the things you want to consider in your Go Kit. You obviously have to have a radio. Handhelds are okay, but plan on something a little bit better. Power sources. In today's world, I never buy a radio without an alkaline battery pack. They're worthless. As soon as your battery goes dead, if you can find a charger, it's probably already filled with everybody else's chargers. You need your own battery sources. I've discovered on scene, they generally will have AA batteries. The government seems to buy AA batteries for disasters by the millions, so plan on AA batteries. You need your own clothing, your own personal gear, and your own medications. If you're on scene and you need Lipitor or you need insulin, don't plan on walking downstairs or down the street and refilling it. Take your own stuff. Same way with food and water, and I'll show you some ideas on both of those in a minute. Know your limits. My limits have certainly changed health-wise and stamina-wise. As I look over the room, some of you guys, and I date back 50 years, and we've changed a little bit in 50 years. We're probably not going to go climb the mountains today. Think through your assignment before you go. You kind of know what you're going to be able to go do. Plan for that and volunteer for that. Don't just raise your hand and say, I'll go do whatever you need me to do. So plan your Go Kit on what you're going to need. Some of these I'm just going to skip through because they're old slides. Some of the roles we're going to face: dispatcher role, which is actually hands-on radio, resources, tracking, developing resources. You might be a social role. If you're in an evacuation center, can you handle the kids? Well, maybe. I spent yesterday with 2 grandkids who were homesick with strep throat, and it was an eye-opening adventure for Grandpa. I'm not sure I would volunteer for the nursery in a shelter, but it was educational and for them fun. So some of the roles we're going to do are going to be a little different based on what we're willing to accomplish when we respond. At 2 o'clock in the morning, your brain is very fuzzy. You don't have any idea of sometimes where to get to the Redwood Road or where you're going. If somebody gave you a call sign for net control, you don't remember it. Your adrenaline is flowing, you want to get on scene, and if you forget something, you probably can't go back and get it. So I always use a checklist. I have stuff pre-packed. I can grab a box and know that everything's in there. The key for me is putting things back in the box when I'm done. A lot of times I go play, I loan somebody a piece of wire, I use a battery, and I just am so happy to get home, I throw it back in the junk box, and then they need it again, and I'm trying to look for a connector. So my challenge is putting it all back and making it ready to go again. What's important is we test our gear during exercises. Some of us say, wow, why do we go play on the Wasatch 100 or the parade or the bike race, or we come to race these conferences and hear the same old stuff? We need to test our gear now so that it's ready when we are asked to respond. And it may not be an ARES or a RACES response. It might be a community response. It might be a family response. I may need to go to Wyoming and take care of some elderly parents in an emergency. I need to take gear with me. And I can't take everything. That's our biggest problem, is wanting to take too much. The older I get, the wiser I get and realize I don't need to take it all. I do put on there to learn from inconvenience. I carry a little notebook, and when I'm at the Wasatch 100 or on the parade, over many years, I've said, wow, I wish I had one of those. Or I look at Mike Collette's stuff, and I'm going to pick on Mike because he's given me great intel lately, and I look at Mike's stuff and I say, wow, wish I had one of those. And I'll say, Mike, where did you get that little digital meter? And he'll say, from China. Took me 4 weeks to get it, but once I saw that, I go, wow, I need one of those. And I did. And so that's how we learn from inconvenience or learn from others. Okay, you want the basics. Challenge, like I just said, was keeping ready. That's my biggest challenge, procrastination. I always plan, and I always have a good idea to do something. A plan is something ordered, something I've written down. I'm going to do this by tomorrow with a specific time. Sorry, bummer is not a good plan. And I've heard that a lot from people. Wow, I wish I'd have brought lunch. Sorry, it's not a good plan. If you followed Hurricane Katrina, you learned that Superdome was a good idea. It was not a good plan. We have a lot of good ideas. Turn them into plans. Okay, some things that are put in your grab-and-go kit. Common sense. We learn that over time. Common courtesy. We get a little stressed on an event, even a parade or whatever, and I've had people tell me that humor has no place on an event. I would beg to differ. I've been on a lot of responses with law enforcement or medical or ham people, and the right kind of humor at the right time relieves a lot of stress. You can get really wound up over things. Have a sense of humor. Be courteous. Have some patience. You may know everything, you may have everything, and the guy with you may have nothing. You're going to have a lot of patience and consideration of others. Good operating practice. Sometimes we may forget to give a call sign at 10 minutes. I don't need to be reminded of that. It's not a good idea to get on the air and say, Jerry, you dummy, you forgot to give your call sign. Just go with it. It's all going to be okay at the end of the day. Truly it is. I've not met anyone ever that's been cited by the FCC for failing to give a call sign at 10 minutes during an emergency. I've even heard the FCC guys go, well, we're just glad you're there. It's not a big deal. Have a sense of humor and be tolerant of my mistakes. You need a license, you need a radio, you need an antenna. You need an external antenna. I've got some stuff here. I don't know if we've got a roving mic. I'll walk over there in a minute and hold them up. But you need external stuff to put up because your walkie-talkie antenna is the worst thing you've got. You need to know procedures, and I call it level 1. You've got to just be ready. Whoops, come on, slide. There we go. You need to know some of the FCC rules and regulations. And I always mention this. As I've had over the years, a lot of people come up to me and say, I've modified my radio. I can talk to the governor. I can talk to the president. You know, and I just kind of roll my eyes and walk away. This was on KSL a few years ago, and I blocked out the seller's information. Look at this. Unblocked for Mars, FRS, GMRS, MURS, marine frequencies. I mean, come on, folks. Really? This is a good example of a ham radio guy who just wants to tell the world that he's going to sell you a radio that'll talk to everything. Don't do this. There's another one, okay? And it wasn't the same guy, by the way. But, you know, I always love this. In case of an emergency or disaster, really? You're going to call VEC on your modified radio and you're going to tell them what? And they're going to say, who are you? And we don't know you. And they're really going to answer you and they're really going to take you seriously. I mean, come on, folks. Be realistic. You'll do more good by staying in the ham frequencies and serving there than trying to mimic somebody else. Your ham license gives you specific things. And I know everybody says, well, if I come across a car wreck and I can call the sheriff direct and save lives, you know, how long have we been doing this, and how many times has that happened to call dispatch? You know, if you got some good stories on that, tell me, because I haven't found one yet.
Okay, the better ideas are to have gas in your car so you can go, have some food, have identification. Today's world, we worry about blood-borne pathogens. Used to not be a concern when I was a kid, but today it is. So things like gloves or hats or goggles are a good idea. I now carry a hard hat and leather work gloves because I just have discovered that nicking my finger somewhere and getting infected is not a good idea. Oh, we're losing audio. Fading fast. So what do you need? Ooh, way. Okay. Again, share the wealth, talk to other people. There's a lot of people here today, so share some ideas. And you can't have it all. Everywhere I go, every time I go, I miss something. I need something else. But over time, it's getting better. Personal safety, personal comfort, and improvise. Okay, we're going to skip through a couple of these. Take notes. Hope you're taking some notes today on your 214. I use checklists. I have an extensive set of checklists. So now when I go to the Wasatch 100 or the parade, I pull out my parade checklist. What do I need? Yep, Brent, I have the chain. Yep, Brent, I have the gas because it's on my checklist. No, Brent, I didn't bring this because it isn't on my checklist. Hope you got it. And things like that, we work as a good team because Brent Thomas brings things for his truck that I don't bring, and I bring things that he doesn't have. We have checklists. What do you put it in? Your pockets. I mean, what's the best thing you got with you is your pockets. A belt pouch is good. A backpack is good. A crate is good. The best grab-and-go kit you've got is your vehicle, or maybe a trailer, or your house. Whatever works for you. There are people that live in condominiums that say, I can't put up antennas or whatever. Okay, well, find something that does work. Whatever works for you, you can make it work. You need a radio, you need extra batteries. Please bring an earphone. Earphones today, if you've been in an operation environment that's so noisy that if you don't have an earphone, you're either offending other people or you're not hearing your calls. You need a flashlight, pencil, paper. I like the paper that's out that's right in the rain paper, so when it gets wet and moist outside, it doesn't affect your paper. Good stuff. You need money. We all live in money, and I always carry a roll of quarters with me. And I have my roll of quarters. $10. It doesn't sound like much, but most machines, if they have power, will at least take quarters. And I've been known to be very needy of a Coke or a sandwich, and a quarter has taken care of that need. You need some antenna adapters. In the good old days, all we had was PL259s. God, today there's SMA and reverse SMA and left-handed SMA. And, you know, every radio I buy has got something different on it, and I've got to buy an adapter, so I stopped buying radios. You need adapters. You need power adapters. In the good old days, we just twisted two wires together and taped them, and now we've got Anderson and Molex and you name it, connectors. And if you're not matched to somebody else, you're going to burn up your radio. And there's one guy I got to pick on whose Anderson connectors are always backwards. And I'm afraid to work with him because if I plug his radio in, I'm going to ruin it. So, Mike, fix your Molex or fix your Anderson connectors. So, mark your equipment. I found a place that made me some nice little stickers, and you can see them on some of my gear up here that has my name and call sign. I did get an iPad stolen once, and sure enough, you can peel off the sticker, but honest people will at least return it. But expect some casualties. I can't tell you how many pieces of coax, how many jumper cables, how many J-pole copper pipe antennas I've lost over the years. Fortunately, they don't cost much, but you got to expect casualties. Instruction sheets. I'm getting old enough that I can't remember how to program radios, so I now carry around with my gear instruction sheets, or at least frequency charts. If you look in my box up here that I'll show you, there's a chart in there that shows you all 256 program channels. Why? Because I have no idea how to find them otherwise. I love looking through catalogs and find ideas. Oh, I forgot to tell you what the manifold cookbook was. Headed out on a search mission one day, and we had some really cold MREs. That was before they used to put heaters in with them. And the guy with us said, well, just vent the can and put on the manifold. And dang, that tasted pretty good out there in the middle of snow. And then we learned how to make hobo dinners on a manifold. Whoa, those taste good. Scouts use it all the time. Throw it on there before you leave for scout camp, and 2-3 hours later, you've got a hobo dinner that just is nice and toasty cooked, and you've had on your manifold the whole time as you drove. Learn some ideas like that, and it works. Again, 144-hour supplies. Your family's got to come first. Before I leave today, I always check and say, Janet, you okay with me leaving? Do we need anything? Absolutely. She's prepared. She's got her radio. She's got her gear in case something happened and I'm stuck here in Davis County. We have a disaster plan. We know how we're going to communicate with each other, not via cell phone. Okay, back to some safety things. Some things that I've experienced, a couple of things. Follow directions. Sometimes the police officer says, turn left here and then go around this and turn right. And I'm thinking, you stupid idiot, I can go direct. I didn't realize the bridge was out, there was another hazard, there was a fire, there was something else going on. Follow directions. Adequate ventilation. I've been in places where carbon monoxide is an issue. If you're in a comm van or whatever, be aware of your situation. And watch out for other people. Warn your buddies. The last thing you want to do is have the guy sitting next to you collapse because he's exhausted or didn't take his insulin or do something. Watch your other people. Does it feel right? Sometimes we get into the documenting everything and we forget about the does it feel right test. I mean, there's been a couple of occasions where somebody said, would you like to go do this? I'm going, that doesn't feel right. And it's hard to explain that to Bob Craven at 2 in the morning. And Bob, that assignment doesn't feel right. But I just tell him, well, I'd rather not do that. Okay. He'll understand. I mean, it just doesn't feel right. Watch for power lines. Every year, some idiot gets killed putting up an antenna and hits a power line. If something happens, call for emergency crews. Know your way out. Went with the fire department once on a smoke-filled building, and the first thing they told me is, Jerry, before you go in there with this mask, figure out how you're going to get out of here. And I said, what do you mean? They said, wait till you get in there, but you may want to come out the way you went in, but find a way out, know your way out. It was an educational experience to go in blind with a mask and not be able to know where I was. It was really frightening, so know your way out. Health becomes an issue as older we get, but ask for relief. After an hour or so, if you can't handle it, say, I need a break. Get adequate rest. And always the emergency comes. I know when I get called by West Valley Police, it's always when I've had a bad day, I'm tired, I didn't get a good night's rest, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm still tired. Getting adequate rest may be difficult, but do your best. Drink water. Don't drink Coke. Drink water. Eat adequate meals. Know your own stress signs. There are people I've worked with that are just absolutely amazing. They can handle stress for days on end, and others that handle it for about an hour. But you got to know your own stress. Know your own limits. For your response, have your gear ready and loaded before you go. Remain calm. Write down instructions and ask questions. There's nothing wrong with saying, I didn't copy that. We're not superhuman, and we may not have heard everything. And again, if you show up somewhere and can't take care of yourself, you're just another victim. Okay, so let's see, we covered that. When you show up, check in with a facility manager. Set up your equipment safely and out of the way. Organize your stuff. Know where the facilities are. Where's the child care? Where's the kitchen? Where's the stuff? Ask around. And think before transmitting. A lot of times that's the biggest challenge we have, is not thinking first and opening our mouth and then telling everybody just how stupid we really are. This is not a good idea. And this is a real guy, okay? This is his car, and I don't think he's into ARES, but I've got to call him someday, but he just sounds fun, but that's not a good idea. This is also not a good idea. This is a Utah car. We did stage this one, but sometimes I feel that's how we want to look when we respond. Not a good idea. You do need some credentials. In today's world, you do need something to show that you're really who you are and that you're responding to show of an agency. Because this is kind of what it looks like when you show up. The road's blocked, there's a couple of guys standing out there with guns, and they're not too happy looking. And you get a little closer, and they get a little nervous, and you walk up to them, and they're still not going to come and shake your hand and say, hi, welcome here. And you're going to try to BS your way in. Hi, I'm with ham radio, and I'm really supposed to be here. And Darren is going to look at you and go, maybe not, because Gary's a ham operator, and so is Darren. And a lot of our public safety people are ham operators, and you know what? Telling them you're with ham radio just doesn't work much anymore. If you have credentials, they will let you in. If you don't have credentials, they will politely turn you around and say, go away. You need credentials. And we all have more than we need in credentials. These are old ones, but we tend to collect them, but you do need them. If you don't have ham radio plates on your car, go get them. This is at least something that identifies you when you show up. It gives you a little bit of credibility more than just the normal plate. You do need some FEMA training in your grab-and-go kit. You at least need these 4 classes, 100, 200, 700, 800. If you haven't taken them, Google them. Just do FEMA online learning and go take these classes. If they take you longer than what, 45 minutes each, Bob? You fail and shouldn't go, okay? Really, they're that simple. Go take these classes, especially 100. You learn incident command system, and unfortunately, it's the first one many of us have taken, and how long ago did we take it, and how much have we forgotten? Go look at it once in a while. It's a good refresher. They're online and free. Okay, you also need a NIFOG, which is the, I don't know what it stands for, anyway, here it is here, the National Interoperability Field Operations Guide. It's free. Google NIFOG, N-I-F-O-G. The new one just came out. Version 1.6 just came out. And it's just got a lot of good information in it on channels. So if you're somewhere and one of the cops says, hey, we're going to be on VTAC 11, you kind of go, wow, what's a VTAC and what's an 11? At least you'll know what they're talking about. It's got a lot of good information in it. You can order the book, but they change it so often anymore. I just download it and put it on your laptop. You need it. This is some of the stuff that's in there, just channels and ideas. Okay, food. I prefer anymore taking MREs. On the left-hand side, no, the right-hand side, the little white box is a Coast Guard approved boat ration. It's called Daytrex. I don't like to advertise products that I haven't tried, but I like Daytrex. But back to this one, if you put MREs in your car and they repeatedly get hot and then they repeatedly freeze, or they sit for 2 or 3 years, they turn to mush. They're still edible, but they don't taste very good. So I choose not to carry MREs in my car unless I go. Then I'll throw them in and take them. But I always have this in my car. I have 2 or 3 of these. These are 2,400 calories, enough for 1 day to keep me going. They taste okay. They're kind of a lemonish, vanilla taste. They're little bars. You chew on them. They will keep you going, and they don't care whether they're hot or cold. They will last for 7 or 8 years with no problem. So I throw that in. Then I have a food box. So in the modular concept, I have boxes in my house. And my wife is supportive, so if I need to go somewhere and it's going to be for more than a day, I grab my food box. In there I've got MREs that I like to eat. I'm very selective. There are some MREs I just will not eat. Some taste good, so go through an MRE and find the ones you like. They're not that expensive, and I would recommend you try 1 or 2 before you take them. Sometimes they will have you going to the bathroom very often if you're not used to them. So try some before you go. There's a water filter out, and again, I don't like products, but I will tell you that Seychelles is a good product. I talked with the guy that developed this. I did an article about this particular brand some time ago, and these are very, very good water filters. The guy told me, he says, you go out and take the worst water you can find, fill up your bottle, and it will come out clean. I'm like, yeah, right. So I went out, and I got some really, really, really bad stuff. I put it in there, and it came out really clean. Tasted good. So you can get, go Google them, Seychelles. So it was a hand there. So.
2 slides back, that little white.
Yes.
Where do you get those?
Online, eBay.
What are they called? Sportsman's Warehouse.
We're Sportsman's Warehouse. Daytrex, D-A-T-R-E-X, Daytrex. Emergency Essentials, yeah. Yep. They come in blue and white and orange, different calorie counts. So I do the 2,400 just because it seems like a good plan, but try them. And I would definitely get a Seychelles and put in your grab-and-go kit. If you're somewhere where you need water, these do the trick, and I've tested them, and they work really well. It's called Bottoms Up Water Filtration Center. Okay, cost. Cost is a big issue, especially on retired folks with a fixed income now. I noticed in my DX Engineering catalog that came a couple days ago, they have on the cover, build a go kit. They lie. They will build it, you will pay. You don't build it. It costs you $2,600 for the one that they have in there. I really don't want to go to my wife who's a ham and say, guess what, sweetheart, we got to buy one of these, or 2, or 3. Not going to happen. So cost is important. I'm not saying they're bad, but cost is important. Okay, free is good. This sale happens in a few days, November 6th, at Harbor Freight. If you go by Harbor Freight sometime before now and the 6th, they will give you a coupon for a free digital multimeter. You have to go buy something, but if you're like me, I'm going to go pick up a couple of things, and they will give me a free meter. They will also, and I've got to buy 2 things. Well, guess what? I'm going to buy one thing, get a free meter, and I'm going to go back tomorrow and get another thing I need and get another free meter. I've got several of these coupons. These are okay meters. They're not your stellar, really accurate, but you know what? For free, they will tell you the voltage of a battery. They will tell you about a circuit. Why it has a transistor checker in it, I have no idea. People do not check transistors anymore. It just puzzles me. But you know what? For free, it's okay. So this happens this week. So if you don't get it by the 11th, you're out of luck. But you should have at least one of these in your grab-and-go kits. And they even give you the battery. So it's ready to go right there. Shop around. I've got a case here, this one right here, which I found on KSL Classifieds for $10. Nobody wanted these cases. The guy, when I called him, he says, I got a warehouse full of these cases. He says, we put 2 holes in the end for fans. They use them for medical equipment. He said, because the holes are in them, nobody wants them. I'm like, oh, sweet deal. So I picked up one of those, and another mic friend of mine helped me with some aluminum plates and some RTV. We sealed the plates up. They're now waterproof. It's a nice case. It's a Pelican case worth several hundreds of dollars. I don't care that it's now got 2 plugged holes in it, but it's a nice grab-and-go kit. And I can put my name on it and make it look really spiffy, and it has wheels, and I can roll it around. $10, folks. Look around and find stuff. The orange case on the table here is a similar deal. It had a hole in the end. The hole in the end is now filled with an aluminum plate and a feed-through connector for my antenna. So you can be inventive and creative and build your own kits with cheap money. So look around, be patient. The guy on KSL will put them on again in a couple of weeks. So just Google equipment cases, and he had a warehouse full of these cases, and they're the big ones. I think they're the 1650 case. But there's a close-up of the case. And you'll notice the hole. You see the little round thing on there? That's a voltmeter. And I had a little round hole in the end of that case. And you know what? The voltmeter Mike Collette talked to me about fit that hole perfectly. So it looks really cool. And you push the button and it tells me the voltage of the batteries. So it made it look cool, and the hole in the case didn't matter. I added the power connector as well. There's what it looks like on the inside of those, and I built a couple of them because I had 2 cases that were like $5 a piece. That's what it looks like inside. A couple of batteries, radio, and it's just one radio. It will operate for 5-6 hours on the batteries. I can get on the air quick. I just flip the switch, open the lid first, and hook up an antenna, and I'm good to go. There's Mike Collette's cases and Steve Carver using them at an exercise. They work very well. They had them for different liaison channels and different repeaters. They work well. Now, Mike's got his designed a little differently than mine. You know what? That's okay, because he did it a little differently and put different radios in. It's still okay. It's a grab-and-go kit that sets up in about, 45 seconds if you're slow. Antennas on tripods. I've got a little bitty one here that extends up to about 3 feet that I brought. And Mike has become an expert on building tripods, and now I have a whole bunch of tripod antennas. I have to keep up with Mike. You can't have one. You've got to have at least a dozen. And I've even got some that have tandem antennas on it because I found the tripods that had a bar across the top and handled 2 antennas. Where do I get these things? KSL.com or NPS, or the freight salvage place, or just DI. Some of the tripods I found have been $1.50 at DI because they've lost the camera mount. You know what? I don't care. They work really good for antenna stuff. You just got to look around. HF gear. This is the one I prefer lately. It's a Motorola. It's got the tuner in the lid. It's got a 125-watt transmitter in it, power supply built into it. Works really well for a field kit. It's called a Motorola Rapid Deployment Package, and they work well. This was my previous one that I just liked. It's a Kenwood kit. Has the TS50, the tuner, the power supply, and all kinds of antenna stuff, random length wires. But it's all, these two kits are ready to go. I can pick them up and walk out the door and get on the air somewhere with HF. That's the whole idea. Somebody has said, you know what, you need other stuff. And so I've created 2 aux boxes, my auxiliary boxes. And they're bright orange, which makes them way cool. If they were just black, they wouldn't be as cool. So they're the aux boxes. They have the stuff in them that I might need, but probably won't. Inside, I've got packet, dual band radios, 220, marine band, and CB. Now, I know some of you old folks are like me and you have radios you don't use anymore. They still work very well. They transmit, they have PL tones and a microphone, and they transmit fine. They just don't have all the bells and whistles. You'll find that you can sell them for $10. You can give them away for free, or you can just put them in some of these boxes that you can keep around and use when you get deployed. So these are my aux boxes for stuff that I had in the shack that I probably wasn't going to give away to grandkids or sell, and they're now part of a response kit. And these work pretty well. I don't know if, yeah, you can see the little red caps on the front. That's where the antenna feed line comes through. And on the side, I've got Anderson power pole connectors. So I just have to pop the lid, connect the microphones, and connect the coax and power, and I'm good to go. And I've got 2 of them. So if I know where I'm going, if somebody says, hey, you're going out to southern Utah, well, CB is a big thing in southern Utah. Great, I'll take the one with CB in it. 220 I've never used, but you know, I had one, so I threw it in. The packet radio is probably more useful than not, but it's there if I need it. There's my grab and go kit. If you have a kind wife who lets you put antennas on the car, great. I will dispel a rumor and myth. If you put a hole in your car and you go to sell it, they don't care. Just put a plug in it. I've never had a dealer in a car I've traded in say, wow, you've got a 3/8 or 3/4 inch hole in the roof. I'm going to take off $1,000. No, they're happy to sell you a new car. So don't worry about holes. I mean, I guess if you put too many in there, it might damage the integrity of the car, but 2 or 3 holes isn't going to matter. That's your grab and go kit. I have a little trailer I've had for a lot of years, a little caboose trailer, and in here we throw the other stuff we need. It's very easy to throw on the back of the car and tow, and it changes summer, winter. I'll change the gear that's in there. That was my Wasatch 100 grab and go kit, and it was a little bit, you know, fun to build. We did add solar a couple of years ago, and it's all solar powered, and it works very well for a remote site if I needed to take it. There's a guy in California who makes kits, Bob Fields, and I visited with him. These kits, without the radios, cost $2,500. That's probably outside my ballpark, but I showed him just because he does some cool stuff with them, but they're pretty exotic. They're very heavy. They weigh about 60 pounds each, and I'm not sure that I would take one with 7 or 6 radios in it and you do too much good with it. But he likes doing it. He's got a lot of time on his hands, so better than putting stamps on his Volkswagen, he builds kits. There's a little close-up view, and they're pretty exotic. I mean, he does a good job with them. I just don't know that I would go that far. I'm doing well to handle 1 radio. I don't know what I'd do with 6, but, you know, anyway. If you don't have Anderson power pole connectors on your radios, don't show up. Well, that's a rude statement. You probably ought to rethink your plan. Molex is no good. Go with Anderson power pole and make sure they're oriented right. As you face them with the tab down, the red is on the left. Okay, black is on the right with the tab down. If they're backwards, you will blow fuses and ruin radios. And they're kind of a unisex connector, so it doesn't care whether they're backwards or not. And I guarantee you in the dark, in the back of a car, plugging radios together, if you've got them backwards, you're going to have a problem. I love these carriers. This is made by a guy in Provo. They're called TACCOM. You can put radios in them. They've got a nice little ballon that props them up. They stack together, and they're just nice to build. I will give you a caution. If you put them in the back of your car, and your car gets broken into during church, and you have 2 or 3 of these in the back, they grab and go, and you'll never see them again. So be careful when you leave stuff in there that's easily carried away. And I lost a couple, and I never saw them again. But TACCOM, I like their product, Provo guy. Here's some other ideas. This is way overkill. And so when you start building stuff, try not to be too inventive. We love bells, we like LEDs, we like lights. Try to not get too carried away. I have no idea why he needs 2 voltmeters, one blue and one red, but you know what? It's all good. So there's some of my grab-and-go kits in various sizes. Again, eBay, NPS, DI, Army surplus, whatever you can find. Please consider other people. Please consider other people. I've worked in communications where I've sat next to somebody who used none of these products, and after a couple of hours, my head hurt severely, and I was ready to go find some stuff for him and suggest that he go use them. Please, please be considerate of other people. Some other kits, you know, and you can go way too neat on things, and that's okay. Nothing wrong with being really neat and spiffy. But I've noticed that things change, or you need a meter and you take it out, or you can't get it out easily, or whatever. It's tough to get things in and out when you've built cases that have nice cutouts for radios. This is from KE7HLR again. Am I doing okay on time, Bob? We doing okay? Okay. Some ideas in some of his kits, and he's got way overkill. He got way too much time on his hands. But things you might want to think about: batteries, generators, chargers, spark plugs, things you may have but you may not need. I like the idea of a power cable bag, just to have extension cords and power connectors. This is a good idea to have with you. I don't know about the inverter. I've never needed one, but you know, anyway, if you have one, throw it in. Power strips, yes. Coax bag is a good idea. And I love the idea of the Dutch oven carrier. It's a good way to put coax. I have used jumper cable bags. I found a deal with a guy sold me a dozen of them for like $4 or $5 a piece, and I just label them coax and stack them in the back of the car, and each one of them has 2 or 3 pieces of coax in it with connectors, and it protects them, keeps them dry. But you know, things like jumper cable bags work. Antenna masts are something good to have. You can find surplus ones, and they're kind of pricey. What I found was a sign, and don't go steal these from the streets. You can find them used some places, and they're just an aluminum. They're just an aluminum sign holder for the keep left, keep right signs on the highway. If you call some of the sign companies, they'll have some that the rubber ends have come off or whatever, and they'll sell them to you cheap. What I use is a fence top rail. A fence top rail for $8 fits perfectly inside this Quadriflex. And if I cut it into 3 pieces, it stores fine in a trunk. I can put one on the top. There's a CB antenna. The middle is a dual band arrow antenna. That's what it looks like set up. It takes about 30 seconds to string up, and it's pretty wind resistant. I've tested it in the circle. The neighbors think I'm nuts, but I'll go out in the wind and set one of these up and kind of see how it holds up, and they do really well. So that's what it looks like, and they're way cheaper than a military mast set. I went and bought one of these Mountain Smith haulers. I'm not impressed, so save your money. It's a good idea, but it took a little bit of implementation to make it work. But this was his idea, and he's got in different bags. He's got a common gear bag. The reason I put these slides up here is just give you some ideas of things like throwing in some nitro gloves or earplugs or respirators. Sometimes we forget those. I'm not sure what I'd need the gas shutoff wrench for, but you know, that's okay. I do like pocket tools, either a Leatherman or a Swiss Army one. Get a good one. He's got his provisions. Again, MREs, trash bags, good ideas. Paper towels, things like that you won't find. I will tell you, make sure you bring toilet paper. The first thing to go at the Wasatch 100 checkpoint we're at is the toilet paper. So if you have your own, great. If not, I guess you can use log sheets. But you want to have toilet paper. And he's got his individual gear there, and I like some of the stuff he's got there. You can Google him, KE7HLR, and you'll find these slides. Evacuation bag, again, just more good ideas. If you have pets, good idea. We have 3 dogs, and my wife has made sure we have a pet kit we will take if we needed to go somewhere. They become just like family, and so take care of your pets. HT pack, flashlights are a good idea. LED lights are great ideas. They're pretty cheap. 24-hour kit, Just some other ideas from his stuff there. I do like an antenna adapter kit, and you can sometimes find these pretty cheap. The black circle there is that I've carefully labeled it because these things do walk away. They're very small. And if you're in an EOC and somebody needs your adapter kit and walks away with it, they may not know that it's yours. But these are great kits to have. They adapt anything to anything. And sometimes you'll show up and they'll say, we've got a reverse N connector. When you hook your radio to it, we know it's an antenna. If you don't have the right connectors, you can't make stuff work. And that would be if you're inside a facility. Yes, back question, Dave. These are all 50 ohm, yeah. Yeah, find the 50 ohm. Meters. This is a slide from 2005 when we had good meters. Get the free meter. They were just as good as these expensive, or the more expensive ones here. I like power distribution panels. I don't care whether they're MFJ or rig runner, just they're a good idea to have if you're going to go somewhere and need to hook in more radios. Just something to think about. Power supplies, you will need them. That you can build some stuff cheaper. I'll show you that in a minute. Alkaline packs, you've got to have alkaline packs. If you don't have them, you're going to become worthless in about 4 hours. A big battery is good. They weigh a lot, so either have a cart or a hand truck or something to bring them in. I find these pretty cheap all the time. There was a guy by the name of Don Lloyd, and he used to get me batteries on occasion. Don't bug him, because I need some. But you can usually find some from an industrial power supply or a UPS system that are being junked out that still have 5 or 6 years life in them. They work very well. They're just heavy. The other day I was building me a loop antenna, and I was thinking it was a nice day and I had no problem curling it up. And I thought, what if I had to wind this loop antenna, this 80-foot loop antenna up in a snowstorm or in the rain? So I found me a kite string winder. Or a rope winder from a marine shop for $3 or $4. So think about, we build things in good weather, we might want to use them in a snowstorm. And if I had to unwind this loop antenna in a snowstorm, that will work really well. Duct tape. We love duct tape. We need duct tape. We thrive on duct tape. I would recommend you take an old ID card, like your old Racy's card or your old ARES card that's expired. Don't use a credit card. And wind about 10 feet of duct tape on that card. You can stick it in your pocket. I've never been anywhere I've needed any more than about 10 feet of duct tape. If I need more than that, I'm in big trouble. But taking a whole roll, they stick to everything. It gets all gooey and ucky. Just throw one of these in, or 2 or 3 of these in. They just work really well. So duct tape. There's the power box that you can find the kit for that. I've got one sitting over here if you want to look at it. You can get the kits. You can solder them yourself. It makes a great club project. Gives you 6 fused outlets. Way cheaper than buying one from one of the manufacturers. And you know what? They're just as good. They distribute your power and fuse it. Plus, it has a little LED that lights up when you power it up, so you know that it's powered properly. Spare batteries. I used to carry them in boxes. After about a month in a box, the box would break down and the batteries would roll around the bottom of my bag, and I could never find them. There's a place called Tools Aviation and Power Packs that makes these little carriers in various sizes, from all the way from AAA to 123 to D, and they slide in. The nice part about it is they have holes in the top and bottom, or in the bottom, the top slides out, but you can use your meter to periodically then check the batteries without having to take them out. You can just run your meter right down those contacts, make sure they're all good. And in the dark, you can pop them out. You can throw these in your pocket. I really love these. They're not that expensive. Money, personal hygiene, absolutely. Oh, back to the other one. Make sure if you wear glasses like I do, you have spares. I've had glasses break on me on occasion, and trying to duct tape them in an EOC does not really work very well. So have spares. Okay, next slide. Tool, Leatherman, flashlights. Yep, you need those. You need microphones. I like the over-the-ear headset. I like aviation-style headsets, and I've got some adapters I've made for my radio so I can use one of the David Clark headsets on my mobiles, and I prefer that, especially in noisy environment. Again, look for used equipment. There's lots of student pilots that haven't cut it, and they quit pilots, and they sell their headsets cheap. So $25, you can get a nice headset that works really well. This is one I had in the office for a long time when I worked. I had a grab-and-go kit in the office, and the orange Daytrex, the white ones are orange in those days, and I had a radio and batteries and just odds and ends that I would want to use in my office. This guy's got way too much stuff, ATV, and this is his grab-and-go mobile. I don't know that it's very applicable, so I would caution you before you spend a lot of money on something that may not be used. He had fun doing it. When I talked with him, he said it was fun, but I don't know that he's ever deployed. This really isn't an emergency station. You need a battery, an antenna, an external antenna, and a little bit bigger radio. That is what I would call an emergency station versus a grab-and-go kit. Testing your stuff. Nets, I know we get tired of the no-traffic nets we all check into, but it's a good idea to check your equipment, try different radios, try different antennas, try different power supplies, use them to your advantage. Schedule public service events. The responses that we all fear are the unknown, either a small one like a house fire or something, mudslide, or a big one, and we need to be prepared. Know your equipment, know your skills, and make sure that you can copy a message reliably. Practice that once in a while. Take some formal courses. Courses are good, but just because you have a piece of paper that says you're educated doesn't mean you know what you're doing. So make sure you use that information and try it. Some guy had a nice backpack antenna, which I liked a lot, and I said, wow, there's no ground plane. You're using a plastic rod. And he educated me on the Larson antennas, half wave, not needing. Oops, I guess I'm done. Larson half-wave antenna with a nice upside-down mount and some ferrite beads works really well if you're doing a backpack. And I put one of these on a bike. It worked really well. You guys riding the parade in the bike, if you want a nice antenna, half-wave Larson works good in this configuration. So look for efficient solutions. If you're somewhere like the Wasatch 100 or on a search or something, go look at what other people have and consider your strengths. It's not a good idea to mimic everybody, to say, wow, Jerry's got one of those, I need one of those. If it doesn't work for you, save your money. Time Magazine a few years ago asked why we weren't prepared, and I'll just address this as I close. Only 16% of the people considered themselves moderately prepared in the United States, and yet 91% of us live where there's a major disaster can occur. Why don't we get prepared? This is what people said. It won't happen. If it does happen, it won't happen to me. If it does happen to me, it won't be that bad. And if it happens to me, there's nothing I can do anyway. Or we do really dumb things and over-prepare for like Y2K, because we don't understand it. So for those of you who haven't prepared and you're part of the 91%, go do something. Get prepared a little bit. Your skills, set up some stations. Go play. Write down some messages. Speak clearly. I used to have a tape recorder when I was back in the broadcasting days, and we used to roll tapes when we did a show or a newscast, and we'd listen to ourselves. And when we listened to ourselves, we said, wow, do we really sound stupid? And we would improve. Record yourself. Fix things once in a while. Build a radio box. Sometimes it sounds really exciting to be on a response. I will tell you that in 2009 at the Milford Flat Fire, I spent 3 days responding to that, and I sat in front of a computer screen, and all I monitored was temporary flight restrictions, and used a satellite radio to tell them when the TFR changed for 3 days. It wasn't very exciting, but it was needed. So sometimes when we think we're going to be on the front lines and doing a lot of great, wonderful things, be prepared for just doing a needed function for 3 days. Responding today is going to be a small geographic footprint. It's going to be a neighborhood size. It's going to be a small thing. The decentralized model where we use people in an area to respond. Churches are good at preparing for this. The timeliness on some of our latest Civil Air Patrol missions, you're needed there when it happens. If you wait a day and you tell the incident commander, I'll be there tomorrow, it's over. Be prepared that amateur radio is not the big dog anymore. You'll show up and say, wow, I've got this cool radio, and the police officer will say, I've got one that's cooler, and you're not needed. So don't play that game. But you want to plan on being better organized, more capable, and being on scene quickly. If you're not there quickly, you can't go. So things like bike tours, which we have a lot of, walks, rest stops, SAG wagon, medical teams, go volunteer, go have fun. Field day. I haven't done field day for a few years, but when I used to go and take all my gear, we're off the grid, we're setting gear up in the middle of nowhere. It was fun, and I learned a lot about setting up stations from people who had done it so many times that they had good skills. Work together. Sometimes we are very private, solo type people. We don't work well with others. We need to work on some of these events, so we learn to work with other people. Tabletop scenarios. If your ARES group is really bored and needs to do something, do a tabletop scenario. If you want to do a functional skill, the best one I still remember is one Brent Thomas did, where we brought all of our gear up to State Capitol, we put it in the parking lot, and we had a scenario, and then somebody walked around and said, your fuse is blown, replace the fuse. Your antenna is broken, replace the antenna. And it was more fun to get all the gear together for about a half a day and then look at what everybody else had, and I still remember that. Do that. Just show up and do a functional exercise in a parking lot and set up your stations. Full scale, we don't do as much anymore, but they're still fun too. But parking lot drill, I thought, was one of the better ones that Brent ever came up with, one of the best ideas. I always ask people, are you a professional volunteer, which means I have lots of cards and I show up at a lot of meetings, or am I a volunteer professional? And then I show up at an event with skills that are needed. So be thinking of your role and how you fit. I would hope you're a volunteer professional, that you bring skills to the table that are needed. A lot of times this is what happens. Why don't we do that? Here's a good idea. Why don't we do that? I see that in Civil Air Patrol a lot. We need a comm van. We need this. We need to fix the antennas. And I have a lot of people that come and say, you know, it would just take you a day to fix that. And when I tell people, be my guest, the answer is, well, I meant you. So I find that a lot of ham radio people are best responders because we get things done. So hats off to you. You're good people. You do show up and do things. A couple of hams that we're helping on a search in Utah County for the Kitchen family, spent days searching there on that search. They were reliable. In today's world, this is where the world I play in, where we have brand new equipment. These planes will now do video. They fly repeaters. They do all kinds of stuff. So the role of ham radio has changed. And these are all volunteers as well that fly this stuff. Here's some kits that I found over the years that I've just kind of liked. I love taking pictures with my smartphone of kits because then I learn from them and I say, wow, I need one of those, or I don't need one of those. Some ideas that I found up in Idaho. I have not yet graduated to this level of a kit, only because my wife does not see the same need as I do. But maybe, there's hope. But inside, some of them are very plain and simple, and that's okay. Good stuff. Some of them have nice woodwork cabinets, and people spend a lot of time. That's okay too. Some of them are just gear trailers for CERT teams. Okay. Takes a lot of work. If it's only going to be you solo building a comm trailer or doing something, it's going to take you a lot of work. Some of them are just plain. Some of them are way cool. I mean, I've had my eye on this guy's trailer, his truck, for quite a while. I like this one a lot. Lately, so when I raised my hand and said we need a comm trailer at Civil Air Patrol, Mike Collette, who's Director of Communications, says, okay, by we, I mean you. So I'm building a comm trailer for CAP now, and all my frustrations of owning one are gone because it's a lot of work, but it is fun. I'm done. Questions? Okay, I will read this. The nice thing about not planning is failure will come as a complete surprise. That's true if you don't plan. And it's preceded by a period of worry and depression. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I have had people show up somewhere and they've said, wow, you know, this was a complete disaster. And I thought, well, did you plan on that disaster? And they must have, because that's what happened. Anything else? I heard some noises, but we done? A couple of things before. YouTube. No, you can call me. This is my little tripod that I mentioned, and that's how far it extends, which is way cool. I put all three legs out. Now I'm just going to yell out. I can't hold more than one thing at a time. It's Halloween. If you go to some of the places for your grandkids and you want a light, safety light, a couple of bucks. These are big items in stores now for Halloween. They flash. Well, they come in different colors. If you like glow sticks and you don't want to pay the big prices, you can find this company who makes these glow sticks that flip on, and they're kind of cool. I can figure out how to turn it off. Battery. connectors, if you're interested in those battery holders, you can come and see one. The Datrex bar, the distribution box. Took me an evening to make, really simple to make, even with my soldering skills. There's the yellow box with the nice plates in there. Cleaned up really nice and has wheels, MREs, and then there's my Colette-inspired grab and go kit, which is ready to go. Hooked an antenna to it, we're powered. Has a charger for the batteries, so on the side I can plug a 110 volts antenna. I have my fun little meter on the side so I can check the voltage by pushing the button on the shelf. And Mike says it makes it much easier than opening it up and testing the batteries. He's right. You leave it on the shelf, check it, and you know that it's ready to go. Hey.
Thanks, Jerry. I'm really glad that when I called and asked you to do this presentation, you didn't say, well, it just doesn't feel right.
You didn't tell him that the reason you called me is because I complained last year. Don't complain. He will call you.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
No such thing as a 10-minute break.
I know. I'm expecting 15.
Okay.
What do you mean you don't know me? I've got a racist number and everything.
Okay. Well, fill out a form anyway for me.
Yeah, same with me. I'm a nobody.
Really?
I'm a nobody signing all your forms. Really? And I'll fill them out.
You need
I sent you. Is this computer online?
Yes.
I have a tiny app. If you wouldn't mind loading it, and it would give me a remote view of the presentation, so I don't have to point my camera at the screen. Yeah.
Put that on there as a note at the bottom, or right. Let me get with you in a minute. Is it executable?
Yes.
So I just double click it and it should go?
I need to have this signed by somebody?
Yeah, just, I'll do that when I take it back.
You need proof that just passed by extra?
Nope, I checked that online.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry that,
Yeah, well, it happens, and probably need to have. Yeah. You may have You have an old address on me too, so I moved again. I do that.
Your name and call sign sound familiar, but
Yeah.
we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Telestream?
I suppose you could.
Do I have to start it?
I think the circuit was better. I got this one was better. I don't like it being there's nothing in it.
Okay. They've got firewall restrictions where we can't talk from PC to PC.
It could be on our state computer too.
Oh, that could be too. Okay, are they giving you presentations on thumb drives?
Should we use capture audio? It's saying it's going to run.
I don't need audio.
Okay. We'll see if it works.
All right, and that is,
Let's pause here.
One asterisk, just fill them out again. Thank you.
I will give it a try. What kind of resolution do they give me? I guess it doesn't matter. I will deal with whatever I get. So,
8 by 100 by 600.
right, does it have an option?
Window.
Do they normally run their presentation this way?
Well, what happens is, because we're plugged into the projectors, this matches the projectors, and so whatever
they see, the projector.
it's going full screen on the projectors.
Okay,
So there. So if I start this is the next one.
I'll see if I can find it. Thank you.
Okay. Yep.
Solar would take me. My RV was on site. I already have solar up on the house. But I'm not taking anything to the water. I do have a fold up, looks like a little suitcase solar thing. There we go. Goes here. Nets. Starting to lose on the net. If it goes long in about 30 minutes, the batteries will start to after, I think it's 4 hours is optimistic. I mean, he's probably prepared, but most people, that's why.
I need your IP address.
IP too big? That work?
Yeah, generally. Type CMD. I can't see the keyboard. Okay, and give me an IP code.
Right. Well, most people, when they get going, it happens all the time on this. Oh, I had to change my battery. Oh, I just ran out. Or they just start fading.
I did.
What happened?
It works on a standard typewriter.
Out of power. Yep. I think this. We'll get it here.
Yeah, damn keyboard can't spell. Okay, 102281. Thank you.
That's pretty easy to remember.
Yeah. Okay, close that now. And then let's put this back up to full screen. Let's see, how did they do that? Oh, that button right there.
Right here.
Now, what was that IP?
1022 something.
1022. Ah! Tend to your own business, damn it. Let's do it again. Okay, see. I only need the last one, probably.
81.
Okay, my age, great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
As long as it's not
All right, let's see if this works.
How you holding up, man? Oh, barely.
We could do that. Yeah, we just.
Half out there, like it's
So wireless working now? Is the wireless handheld working now? Yeah. Wireless. Yeah, they have a handheld. Oh, the wireless. Okay. I'm not using it. This is on a budget tab. All right. It's as far as you can go. Okay.
You're free on hook, can't you? Free on him.
Yeah, he's got one. I want to wander. He wants to wander and dance. So there. I want to drive the guy crazy with the camera. Yeah. Well, the way we drive him crazy is start going like this. Yeah. After a while, he just gets real wide. Yeah. And stay there.
Look at this.
Yeah. I left you a treat.
I go to the endocrinology. They're good.
Wow, I believe it is.
I'll stay with you. Well, it's typical church. You plan on.
That's good.
15-minute talk.
I have a request. Can we aim the projectors a little higher so they hit more toward the top of the screen so we don't have to look through people's heads?
I think they're as high as they'll go unless we put them on both.
I'll send them like this.
Yeah, just over on the table, there's under the corner of that bag, there's the filled out ones. Could you all start migrating back to your table, please?
You know what it's going to time, boss. It's okay, we can wait till for a long while.
Okay, we're going to start. Whether you're sitting at your table or whether you're talking, we need to get rolling. We're going to be long into lunch hour. Okay, very good. Our next presentation by Larry Jacobs is concerning HF PAC. It's a part of the hobby that I'm not familiar with, and it can apply to our being able to be deployed in one of those situations where there is no power. And we always plan for the worst case scenario for Utah and the Wasatch Front. It's the 7.0 earthquake, and we know infrastructure will fail or be severely damaged. So Larry Jacobs has offered to, or has agreed to offer this presentation to us today. I introduce him, Larry Jacobs, and let him do his own bio.
Test. CQDX, CQDX. Hi, I'm Larry, WA7ZBO. I promise to the cameraman I will not go too far away. I did videography for so many years in meetings, and there's so many people that as soon as they get a mic, they get into the wander, and they wander to that side of the room, and they wander to that side of the room, and it just drives people crazy. Well, HF PAC. What is HF PAC? HF PAC is a very interesting part of our hobby. A lot of you, I think, may have been involved one way or the other and you didn't really understand. We'll make sure, let's see. We've always wanted personal communications, and the cell phone, I guess, is the answer to it all. But through the years, people have tried to come up with the weirdest ideas, and I'm not even sure that that's true. I think that was put together. The enemy decided that they, when the guys start coming at them, shoot the guy with the antenna first. So some of the guys that actually put the commander, he wouldn't put the HF PAC on him, he'd put it on the private next to him and let him get shot, and they'd always make that thing almost bulletproof and on his back, so the bullet would have to go through the private to get to the radio. Well, down he goes, and he'd grab it and put it on another private as he went by. This is my dad, W7DBO, Jake, and he was in Alaska. He was on a special assignment up there. He was with, anybody remember the Army Radio Corps? Well, he was part of that. He was a master sergeant, and what his assignment was to do was to go around Alaska, since Alaska was pretty virgin at that time. We really didn't know where communications was going to go. And there were Japanese infiltrations into Alaska. I don't know if you knew that, but the Aleutian Islands had quite a few of them over there. And so his assignment was to go out, set up communications, HF communication stations that could get back to command center, and they could figure out, they'd actually have listening posts out there waiting for Japanese planes and that sort of thing. So they would head off. He's a little interesting here. This is when he was a little bit younger than I remember him, but he would take off and with an HF pack on his back, and the guy that back at the camp, he would be listening, and they'd see how far out you could go, or what mountain you'd have to go up on, or what tree you'd have to climb. They'd actually had a crew that'd go out and climb the trees, cut the limbs off, string the antennas up to see if they can get communications back to camp. Well, him and the sergeant he was working with also had the duty of monitoring the Japanese radio traffic, because there was a lot of Japanese in the Aleutians. And they found that all of the Japanese communications, no matter what it was, they always signed off with this particular sentence. They never knew what it meant. It probably meant, holiness to our superior or something like that. But they memorized it, and they didn't exactly like the officers listening in on them, so they started communicating in Pig Latin. So they would communicate in Pig Latin, then they'd sign off with this Japanese signature. And he said they did that, probably half a dozen times. And the last time he did it, he noticed directly after he did that, there was a OD-colored little Piper Cub with a twirling DF antenna underneath it, was circling around, twisting the antenna, trying to find out where that's coming from. And they decided that's probably not a good thing to do, because following next to him would be fast movers. Well, on we go into Korean War and then to Vietnam. In Vietnam, they sophisticated the pack, and they brought it down to about 100 pounds. And there's an encoder in there, there's a battery, there's all kinds of things. Now, I got to tell you right now, we call these green radios, okay? Green radios are really cool to look at, but they have really weird battery voltages. They're extremely well made, and I'm sure they cost the government about $50,000 just for a battery. You can imagine what the whole thing costs. So they're not real user-friendly for amateur radio unless you get the newer ones built after the 70s. Also, these packs, these are affordable, and you can still get them. However, talking with, and this is in the earlier Vietnam days, one of my friends that was in the Green Beret, actually special units, they were given an assignment. The part of the training ground is up in Idaho, and there's a there's a retired colonel. Boy, I don't know how that came out. Army intelligence, I guess. There was a retired colonel up there that had a farm, and it was down in the valley. And so he cooperated with his training. And what it was a nice cleared farm, a big pasture, and a house and everything. And he had burglar alarm systems all the way around it. They're called cats and dogs and geese. And if you know anything about geese, they are one heck of a burglar alarm. So common practice was to bring in the special forces. They would hike in like 30 miles into his farm through a woodland area. Then he would never know when they were coming. They'd have to set up a base camp in the woods just overlooking his farm and then report back. And then at night they would see how close they could get to his farmhouse before his alarms went off. Well, they got in there and they snuck in. They walked like 35 miles. Took them a couple of days to get in there. They got planted and they got well camouflaged, and they got ready. And the sun's just going down and they're getting ready. They got to report in. So they took their radio and they set it up. They got the antenna up. They took the generator, which is hooks around a tree. It kind of clamps around a tree. And it's got two arms that kind of go like this. And that's how they generate their electricity. So they got this big hollow oak tree. They strap that thing on there, and off they go cranking it. It goes, and everything in the farm lit up. And they suddenly realized that's probably not good technology. We better come up with something a little better. So they did. Well, you can overdo it. Let me tell you, I'm not sure what this guy was really thinking, and I'm not sure he actually put it on. But this is called an ARES pack. ARES stands for, anybody know what ARES stands for? I'm going to have to remember this. All-purpose, lightweight equipment. What's the ARES? Carry equipment. Infantry carry equipment. Okay, that's ARES. And what they wanted to do is reduce the size on the back of the soldier that was carrying the stuff. So they made these very, very lightweight frames. And they work really well for amateur radio stuff because you can put a lot of things on these. Okay? Now, if you get an ARES pack and you want to do a little bit of, building yourself up, here's this guy with an ARES pack, and believe it or not, on the back, and I had to get this off a video, so it's not a really good picture. This is an amplifier that will put out over 2,000 watts. It's self-contained, it's got lithium-ion batteries in it, and they measured it, and the output was like 2,060 watts. Now, at Dayton, the FCC chief was talking, and he brought this up. He says, the guy actually walked up and handed me the certification slip and says, look at this, it puts out over 2,000 watts. He says, how obvious, I am in enforcement. What are you doing? Why do you walk up to a cop and say, hey, my Ferrari, I just did 200 miles an hour in it, Well, there's a whole group of people back there. This is in Dayton, and this is called Pedestrian Mobile, okay? These people are carrying radios. You see the antennas, and they go back to Dayton. Some of them never go back into the building. They just walk around the parking lot talking to each other on their HF packs. At night, they gather at midnight, and it's called the zombie walk. And they walk around talking to whoever they can. Okay, this is Bonnie Crystal. She kind of put together the HF pack group, and she's got a really futuristic bike. Some of the guys, you don't have to climb on top of mountains. Have you ever seen the, Summits on the Air? SOTA, I can't even spell. Well, yeah, this is perfect for that. But you don't have to walk up on the top of the mountain with the radio. Sometimes just trails. Here's Bonnie's using a DF loop to see how it works out. And this is the basic loop that was used back in World War I. Here's some homemade antennas. You don't have to spend a lot of money. This guy built it out of, looks like PVC pipe. He wound his own coil, and he stuck in a hustler on top of it or something. Sometimes the peaks you want to go to have nice roads to them. Like, you ever look around the mountains out here and you notice the highest peaks are most accessible because somebody built a road up to them. Sometimes when you just go out with your family, it'd be kind of cool to take a radio. You don't have to make a special trip. You don't have to take off for a couple days and just like a family outing. This one's up above Mirror Lake. If you've ever gone over there, remember all those flat rocks and you go over the top? That's a perfect place for HF pack. You can just take it out of your trunk and go sit on one of those flat rocks and set it up. This is Independence Rock, Wyoming. I know Jerry's been there. Jerry, did you put a repeater up on that one time? Yeah, this thing looks out over everywhere. So while I was at Independence Rock, and this was on a trek thing, and I took a HF rig and went up there after I got done feeding everybody breakfast and set up a station and just had a ball. It was really working great. And now the advantage to this is because you can get a lot of people coming up to see what you're doing. The cool thing is you're talking to them with no distraction because guess what? There's no cell phones. There's no texting. There's no Facebook. There's nothing for 100 miles, and you have the absolute full attention, and that may be the only attention that you get from these people is when you're out in the middle of nowhere, and you're like a magnet. They see this thing and they just come in. Beaches work well. If you ever watch, how many of you, by a show of hands, how many of you regularly watch Ham Nation? You should watch. Let me tell you, if you don't learn anything more from this than to tune in on YouTube or Twit television network and watch Ham Nation. There are over 200 episodes now. They're 1 hour. They're recorded live every Wednesday evening at 7 o'clock our time. And but you can pull them up and watch them. And in that, there's a guy called Gordon West, who happened to be my sous chef in Pahrump, Nevada one time for a Sam's Radio Hams dinner. I didn't know he was coming, but I put him to work, and he's really good with Dutch ovens. So he goes out on the beach. He's in Costa Mesa, California, and he is also Coast Guard volunteer and does a lot of work there, but he'll go out and set up on the beaches. And some of the really incredible signals, he's actually working 2 meters into Hawaii because he's into ducting, okay? It's amazing what you can work out on the beach. You get out the beach, there's not a lot of power lines out there competing against you. You may not know that, but there's not a lot of power poles maybe back by the houses behind you, but it gives you a good opportunity to work some good traffic. All right, sometimes you don't need to climb. I am not going to climb. You guys, my right leg is more metal than it is people, and my left leg's been talking to my right leg lately, and I think they're conspiring. But my climbing days are pretty much over. But all of these really cool places. This is Skyline Drive. You see up on top there? Skyline Drive, you can drive a long ways on that, and there's plenty of places to go up there and operate. This is in Washington. This is my uncle. He's no longer alive, but this is a watchtower. See that little base? That picnic table happened to be put there on a piece of concrete. They didn't go up and plant the concrete for the picnic table. That's actually where the watchtower was for the fire watch that he used to be involved in. So I took him up there so he could see the view one more time. He used to go up there on a volunteer basis and watch for fires. And so all over Washington and Idaho, there are these fire watch areas where you can actually drive up. Here's another way to get up there. ATVs, cool. You look at that big trunk in the front and the one in the back, and you can put the kids on it and the wife on it, and you can go up most any mountain around Utah and operate. This is a view from Skyline Drive looking down into the valley. I can't remember the name of the city down there, but boy, we had great reception up there. And again, how far away is the nearest power line or any interference at all? This is almost virgin country. Kick back on your ATV, take your helmet off, extend the antenna up, and just spend a little time up there working. Islands on the air. Okay, a lot of people go around the activate islands. We have islands here. We have Antelope Island. We have, Fremont Island. We got a lot of islands. And you don't have to have a big lake or a big island like Fremont or something. Just smaller lakes. You ever see the lakes and you see a little island out in the middle? Get in a rowboat and row out there and activate it. There's a whole bunch of people wanting to talk to you on it. Okay, let's talk a little bit about packs. Okay. You can take your radio and you can put it in a backpack and with a battery and some kind of antennas, and off you go. You don't need a lot of expense. Sometimes, not sometimes, but they do make special backpacks. This one's made for an FT817, which we'll talk about that radio in just a moment. And that's kind of cool. It's all set to go. And it'll fold out, and you can put a tuner in there and a speaker and all kinds of things, and it keeps it nice and dry. This one's made for an 857 Yaesu, which is another very popular radio, and we'll tell you about that. This is the Alice pack. Okay, you can get them at Army, Navy surplus stores. You can get them online. You go to eBay. I think there's about 4,000 Chinese selling them, but get one about this size. You don't want it too big. And one of the nice things about ARES packs is you can clamp antenna mounts on them. So it already gives you some kind of counterpoise, and it'll also give you nice stable. If you want to become pedestrian mobile, this is about the way to go. Now, if you don't really want to work out on your ARES pack and get in condition, there are ways to do it. And there's probably a guy down in the strip mall there sitting behind a desk that'd love for you to sign up and become the next ARES pack worker outer. Here's another way, an external frame where all of the radios fit inside the frame. These are available on eBay. They're made in China. I don't know why DX Engineering hasn't picked up on them yet, but they're affordable, and they're so flexible. They'll do anything. They'll hold all kinds of radios. Now, at the conclusion of this or before, you might have noticed my setup out there in the back, and that's what I built. I decided to build it this way. I will mention there are two sizes. There are small, and then there's one that's not real large, but it's a little bit larger. I actually got two of these packs. I got this large one and the small one because I didn't know which one I was going to use. If you happen to like that, if you'd like to take that venture, and you'd like to, I happen to bring the other one with me, so I have one available if you'd like to talk with me afterwards. And then I'll give you the information about where my garage sale is going to be next week. This is how they come. It looks like an erector set, and it's kind of cool because there's no instructions, none whatsoever. So you can build that thing really weird, but luckily there's some very high definition photos on eBay, and so you just go to the manufacturer and you start looking, and you can zoom in and out of their pictures and see exactly where they think everything goes, and then go on to YouTube and look at some of the people that put them together and get ideas of how they did it, and you'll be quite successful. Some people build their own out of copper pipe. You see the radio mount down on the bottom there, and they soldered them all together. I built one of these, but I didn't copper pipe it together. I actually put screws in it because I didn't have all the faith in the world that I was putting it where I wanted it to be. But it's doable. ICOM actually tried capitalizing on the market. They came out with their 703 radio, which is it's just like a 706, only it puts out 5 watts and it has a built-in tuner. And, 10 watts, puts out 10 watts, and they actually build a backpack and an antenna and everything, and it didn't sell as many as they wanted to in the United States. You still get them in Japan, and there's a reason in Japan. If you've ever seen the Japanese people, about 98% of them are walking somewheres. All right, I took my 703, and we had locomotive 703 in the yard, and I thought, how can I pass this up? So I took one of those big three magnet mounts that you put on a hood, or put on a top of your car that's supposed to hold an HF antenna, and I put a buddy pole on there, and then I put the 703 inside, along with the the railroad radio, and operated up and down the tracks for a while. I've got to tell you, though, something. Don't do this, mainly because that magnet is used to about a 1/16 and less, 30 seconds thick steel. This is half-inch steel that it's on. And when we went to take it off, it took 2 guys with a crowbar and another guy with a piece of plywood to try and slide underneath it to get it to lose its attraction. Don't do it. Anybody here have a locomotive? All right, we're in luck. Okay, this is the 706. This is just like the 703. Now, let me tell you about the advantages and the disadvantages of what a radio you may pick for your HF pack. The Army, a long time ago, and the Marines, a little later, decided that 20 watts was the minimum. Reliable communications, about 5 megahertz, is about 20 watts. And in fact, there are emergency radios that run 30 watts. They're built to run on 5 megs on one channel in Alaska. Anybody know why Alaska? Do you know why? They have an FCC allocation if you are in the state of Alaska. Emergency communications only. You get out there on the tundra out there in the middle of nowheres, and that may be your only communications. They can't rely on satellite because, hey, they're way up there and satellites are over there. So what they do is in Alaska, there is a one frequency on 5 megs something that will allow you to get help in case of an emergency. Well, so we want to look at 20 watts. There's two ways we can look at it. We can either take a 10 watt 703 or a 5 watt 817. That's the one on the top there. That's the comparison between the two, between the 703 and the 817. 817 puts out 5 watts. So we want to get it up to 20 watts or 30 watts. There's only two ways to do it. First, we buy an amplifier to go with our 5 or 10 watts that'll boost it up, or we go get a 100 watt radio and we bring it back down to 20 watts. I chose the second. This is the 817. It's got an interesting, is it the 817? No, this is the, 817. It's probably the most impressive little radio ever built. It'll do so much. And it's made for good backpacking, and it's still available, and you can get them around. You can see them at swap meets, and places like that. This is a 817 that's built into a homemade pack with some homemade antennas. So you see, you don't need a lot of equipment to do it. You can find these radios at swap meets at VHF Society coming up in February. Be there, look around for them. You can find them a lot cheaper than buying them new. And the nice thing about buying them local instead of off eBay is generally 98.9% of the people there are honest because they're hams and you know them and they're not going to mess with you because you'll just get on them, badmouth them. And so you can trust, I'm going to say 99% of the people there you can totally trust. And then there's the other 1%. All right, let's talk about batteries. Batteries are this is a great age for batteries. Up till now, we've been relying on gel cell batteries and wet cell batteries. This battery on the my left, oh, your left too, okay. This is a 12 volt, 9 amp hour battery, and it weighs 6 pounds, okay? So if I want that to be 18 amps to run my portable station, it's going to weigh 12 pounds. Well, guess what? They came up with these things that are called lithium iron phosphate batteries. There's lithium ion polys and all sorts. But if you look at them, this is an interesting, let's see. Instead of the like 1.25 volt that we're used to, so you can like stack them up, this one here is 3.2 volts. So you're limited as to what voltage tap you want because they're 3.2 volts each. So 4 of them would bring you to 12.8, which is usable. It's a little bit low from what we're used to, but it is usable. But you add another one to it and it takes it too high. Some of the guys have been putting in voltage, what are they called? Voltage expanders? Voltage regulators. What they do, they take a low voltage and they bring it up at a higher voltage so your radio will operate. This is one of the other reasons I like the 857 Yaesu, because it actually operates way down to about 10 volts without flaking out. Some of the ICOMs, some of the others won't operate that low, but these will actually go down to about 10 volts before they start giving you problems. And on that, with the lithium iron phosphate batteries, you're about 90% through the life of the battery. Here's another little cool thing. I got one right here. These are at Costco. They're at Costco. These are those little jumper start things. You see them and they say, hey, put this in your pocket, and they give you a pair of jumper cables, and when your battery goes dead on your car, this will actually deliver about 200 or 300 amps at 12 volts. And they also have on the end, they have chargers. They got USB chargers here for things. This right here is 8 amps, 12 volts at 8 amps. If I've got an 817 or a 703, this is when I'm throwing in my pack because this is going to give me 8 amps power. I've never tried paralleling these, and I'm not sure I want to. These lithium batteries are real fragile. They don't like to be run down, and they don't like to be overcharged. And they do very strange things that pop up on YouTube. You just go to YouTube and put lithium failure and see what it looks like. So I wouldn't run two in a parallel, or certainly not in series, but these are cool. Now, right now at Costco, $60. $60. This is what I end up with, okay? These batteries, this is a lithium iron phosphate battery. These were actually made for motorcycles. The guys that race motorcycles, I've got a, John's got a nephew that he runs a motorcycle, and he's got $17,000 built into it. Well, if somebody tells him he's going to save 12 pounds or 10 pounds, if I were to run two of those gel cell batteries, it'd be 12 pounds. This is 2 pounds, okay? 18 amps, 12.8. Actually, if I've got one in the back there, when you get done, you can go back and look at it. That one's sitting at about 13.2 volts. And they're extremely good. And the only limitation on this is size. I can't even pronounce the name of this company, but I like them. This one's 12 volts, 18 amps, charge rate 18 amps, and we'll talk about the charging. These batteries do not take a regular charger. You got to buy a special charger. There's a couple ways you can go about it. You can either buy their $80 special charger, or this is what I went with. This is a Genasun. This is the only radio interference-free solar panel regulator we found. This one guarantees it's not going to mess everybody's radio up. It doesn't put out any RF. It's RF free. Now the advantage of doing this is putting this Genasun on. You'll notice it takes a maximum of 27 volts. So you can charge up to 27 volts from the panel. This is made for a solar panel. You don't need a solar panel. What I do is I put a used HP laptop charger on it. That charger is 65 watts, which is what that Genasun calls for, at 18.5 volts. And it'll charge it really, really fast, 5 amps at that pace, and the Genasun all regulates it and everything. So it's a great way, that's a good way to go. And then, if we're out in the middle of nowheres, we can just take a solar panel and plug it direct in. We don't need regulators or anything. We can take the charge off the sun. Here's the device after we got done. This is all together, and in order to match the antenna, I went with a Chameleon 5-to-1. It's a 5-to-1 device. You notice that big black thing there? That's Chameleon, and what they do, they're very, very good at making in-fed antenna balance. That will actually spread the. There's another shot there. This is the top shot. I put a Z11 Pro tuner. Make sure your tuner's narrower than the radio so the radio can get the support, and then you can go in on the tuner. We've got HF on one side, VHF on the other. Here's the battery setup on the side, and there's the Chameleon. Now this Chameleon, you can either run a big whip like I have on back there, or it comes with a 30-foot piece of wire you can throw over a tree. You can shoot that over a tree by means of this wonderful thing. Yeah, it's an antenna launcher. I've got a foot pump with a gauge on it. Pump that thing up to about 35, 45 pounds, and you hook the projectile to the reel right here, and you slide her down, and you turn the knob, and off it goes, and this will shoot. This will shoot a fish line over about a 100-foot tree. Then you can pull your antenna up from there. Lost my clicker. These are available. There's a lot of people putting them online. This one here, this is a club project. If you want to fund another club, this is the Joplin Amateur Radio Club, and they sell them for $35 complete, plus $15 shipping. $50 bill will get one of these things in the mail. What I do suggest is that big valve, you work it back and forth a lot before you put it on, and then you can get a thick silicone lube and put it on it. Otherwise, these things are made for water lubrication. You're not going to have any water out there. Here's what it looks like before. And there's the rig with the long antenna on it. Now, in order to, I put a 3/8 inch mount on mine so I can do I have a military antenna, I have a buddy stick that'll go on, I have a Outbacker antenna, works quite well. Now you notice it laying down. What I did, when it's upright, we call that trail friendly. Trail friendly means that you can go down and sit on a rock on the trail and not have to get down and lay down and look at it. You can put antennas, connectors on the side so that when you go on site, if you're going to like an emergency situation or somewhere where you want to have communications, you can drop it down on the side, use it, and still have your antenna mounts available. Here's a Hustler antenna. Now, here's the thing with these. You got to have the other side of the antenna. All of them have what they call a drag wire. With the Chameleon, all I need is a 15-foot. Otherwise, you have to almost drag whatever frequency. If you're 40 meters, they're going to want you to drag 30 feet of wire. Well, with the Chameleon, you don't need to. 15 foot is maximum. And I build it out of meter wire because you don't want it to curl up on you. So find some meter wire, meter lead test wire, put a clip on it, and then I clip it right on the side of the radio, and that's my counterpoise. Antennas are unlimited. Whatever you want to put on your back, take to the top of the mountain, that's fine. I suggest you not do this, but that's kind of the coolest antenna I ever saw, so I wanted to put that in there. All right, here we are sitting down on the table. You notice I have the VHF antenna, the dual band antenna, and the Chameleon. Here's one of the things I like about the 817. It's got a little tiny lead that comes off with the power plug, and if you ground that, the radio automatically switches from 100 watts to 20 watts. It's an automatic knockdown. I have a rig runner in there that's running the power, so I can either come off the battery or I can unplug the battery, put in some outside juice and run it at high power, or I can take the rig runner and plug in the internal battery and run it at low power, but it lets you automatically do that. And then a couple added things on the side, USB charger, little voltmeter, keep you happy. Headphones are almost a necessity if you're going mobile. If you're wanting to do pedestrian mobile, you want to be able to look at what's going on with the radio. Over at Home Depot, they got these little clip things in the paint department, and I'm not sure what they do. I think the steel part probably opens up the can of paint, and I don't know what the other part does, but you can take those, glue them on the back of the little adapter, which comes with the radio. And these radios, by the way, are shipped now with separation kits. And you can put that clip on your backpack. You've got a little belt coming around here. You can clip it on there, and you've got a really cheap and dirty setup for walking. They're yellow thingy bobs. They're in the paint department. I don't know, paint clamp something. They have oh, I know what they are. They have a magnet on it. You clip that onto your paint can and then put your paintbrush that has the little steel on it, and that holds your paintbrush. I just discovered that. All right, hydration is very important. Bladders, not only you, but the pack should have nice bladder control or some sort of way. Talk about food. We've got Jerry's MREs, my favorite, pears. Here's my pears. Nice thing about them is you don't want to take any food up there. You got to mix water with it. I love these backpackers. They get this really expensive dehydrated, freeze-dried stuff, and then they got to pack the water to mix with it. All right, this is how I shop for backpacking. Snacks and snacks and snacks. And I'm going to tell you, this is lessons from Jerry, okay? Lessons from Jerry. It's called the Crustables. Okay, these are wonderful. You keep these in your freezer, and this is when you go to parades or whatever. It doesn't matter. You take these out. Okay, Mr. Camera, I'm wondering. And these are incredible little guys. okay? They're peanut butter and jelly sandwiches that have no crust, and they're very nutritious, and they work quite well. I like them. And they're all thought out by the time you get there. Now, at this point, right here, I would like to say that Tim Duffy at DX Engineering is either my best friend or my worst enemy. If this was an Alcoholic Anonymous class, I'd be saying that Tim is probably an enabler. Having said that, when you get up to the top of the mountain, you don't want to sit on the ground, okay? So get yourself some little three-legged something. If you got the body that'll three-legged thing you'll take, I don't. So I carry this. This is a shooter's chair from. This is a broken shooter's chair from Cal Ranch, and it's very, very lightweight and very comfortable. Thing to remember. When you go on the mountain, if you go on the valley, if you go anywhere in the wild, everything out there is trying to kill you and eat you. It don't matter what it is. If it's the animals that can kill you, they'll come kill you. If it's the little tiny animals, they'll come. After the big animals kill you, they'll nibble on your legs, and after everything's done, you'll melt down and the trees will eat you. So just remember, when you go to the hills and you go to the wilderness, you are the outsider, and everybody up there wants to eat you. So keep that in mind. That includes the little crawly things. Okay, little crawly things. How am I going to put, here's my friend. This is called a monkey blanket. This is a waterproof blanket, and it's got weights in it. And all the corners have weights, and you can chuck it out there and make yourself some sort of a ground-friendly area. Plus, it's the right color for SAR when they come looking for you, I'm down here. All right, where'd my clicker go? Almost done here, guys. Lunch is coming. Oh, there's my monkey blanket. All right, the thing of it is, get out and get your rigs and get them on the heel, get wherever you want to go, get them in a boat. Do whatever you can, because this is also a great backup for what we do. We started off with the big, ugly Goonie Bird radios. We went to some newer radios and kept our older radios, and they used to tease each other in the middle of the night. I grew up in an environment where we were told to duck and cover and hold in place. Civil defense and rescue was nothing like it is now. We had crisis relocation in the 70s. That's when everybody was supposed to leave and go to the rural areas. That meant leave your radio station and head to the hills or head to the community or something. Our area in Tooele, we were supposed to go to Windover. That's kind of cool because the Murray guys were going down to Nephi, So, well, in fact, we had a conference back in the early 70s with the State Emergency Services, and they were talking about how it would be really cool if there was a exercise we could do, and somebody from our office held their hand up and says, "Sir, we do it every year. It's called deer hunting." Okay, when everything else fails, amateur radio comes through. And if you only sit in your basement and you only talk to other people, when you can't stay in your basement and you can't take that radio with you, you are out of luck. Put something together. If it's cheapo, this is made from some, stock stuff at Home Depot. Now talk about preppers very, very quickly here. People were going to call you a prepper, and sometimes they are right. Sometimes we overreact. Sometimes we have too many radios and it just all gets in the way. HF right now with the preppers is hot stuff. They love radio. They don't want to get a license, but they want to get a radio. There's a guy that has a blog, a gun blog. He put exactly what I built, and he had offers for $4,000 from that thing. People wanted the radios. They didn't want the license. His response was, "But you got to have a license." They said, "Are you kidding me? The federal government's going to tell me what I got to do?" Well, guess what? Those guys aren't talking to anybody but themselves. They're only looking out for themselves, for maybe themselves, their family. You guys are the exact opposite. You are going out there saying, "How can I help my fellow man? How can I help my community? How can I help my local government? You are the total opposite of the self-centered preppers. And so even if you sit in a bar and you listen to the radio, you're getting out of your basement, you're doing something. The thing of it is, you will not be a jam wham, just another monkey with a microphone.
Are y'all hungry? Two great presentations. Let's break for lunch. It's just 12 o'clock, and we'll convene back here at 1. Enjoy your lunch.
I turned on the other one, so I hit that. I thought you were done, so that's why that went away. I muted.
Close enough.
That way people don't pick things up and go, haha.
I think it's probably mine.
You don't know me.
I don't know you.
And I need a form.
They're right here.
I got a Racy's form. Is that the one?
It's an antenna line. I haven't painted it yet. Still got mine. Is that a 3 inch? They all? That was just kind of. So whatever. It doesn't matter. It's still well, I'll take it. Well, but I mean, I sent. Well, it's greasy. It's not greasy, it's silicone.
So, I've got so many of them, I can't afford to change.
I'm sorry. Oh, the metal thing? I don't know. They're just online on eBay. Yeah, it's just called radio. It's a laptop charger. Yeah. It's for a laptop computer. They're 18 volts. The company. I swear to God. Costco batteries. I'll show this. I forgot. This is a solar powered light. You can put it in a tent. Use it to last all night long.
No. I've resumed it rather than restarting it. Did that do anything? Okay.
Not yet.
I couldn't hear that pump before when people were in here.
No, that's not
Okay, restarted.
Oh, I think I can almost sit up to the big boy table here. Hey, Bob, do we know where our IT guy is?
For the Wi-Fi here? Is that what you're looking for?
No. I had a direct link between my computer and this computer where I could capture his screen.
So you're looking for the IP of that?
Well, it's 81, but I can't even ping 81.
That's a no-no.
Right on the machine.
I can't believe somebody doesn't have a radio set up to be.
There's a little thing down here by his Wi-Fi.
No, I know. Okay, it's kicked him off the Wi-Fi. Let me disconnect from that. Yeah, I'll bet that it timed out because of inactivity on the internet. Bluetooth network, or is this too great?
Yeah, it's too far. I don't have BT on that computer. Yeah, he got kicked off the Wi-Fi.
Soldered the back up. They're solid.
Sorry, Chris. We can't afford it.
What I'm coming to looking at is beauty here.
That's why I referred to as for
They're my great big monster that I picked up.
It's real toasty.
To where they finally like, okay, these are the essentials you have.
look about the Arab Tiger, I'm sinking fast.
There's a couple of dollars to get checked.
cycle them out about every 6 months or thereabouts.
Hello, 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 hello. Well, you don't have to stop talking, just listen for a minute. I'm handing out tickets for prizes this afternoon. There's two sides to it. One side says keep this coupon. Guess what? That's the one you keep. The other one, Linda will pick up. Sandra, sorry. Sandra will pick that up in the basket. So we'll get it. You didn't get any? Oh, you're hiding them, aren't you? You don't have to raise your hand. The ticket distributors will be there shortly. Before I forget, and before some of you leave, when was it officially established? Any guesses? 1952. Now, one of the things that bothered me a little bit as I read through this section was that the wording was so good. I was so impressed with the content of Section 2 in the new ARES manual that I had to know for myself. And so I decided I would call ARRL, the publisher of the publication, and ask some questions. So my first call did not reach Mike Corey. I got his voicemail, and he never called me back. Well, he's a busy guy. So I called him again the next day, and he answered his phone. He was there. I called late. It was probably about 4:30 Eastern time when I called the first time. He wasn't in his office. The second time was in the morning back there, and he answered, and we had just a short discussion. I said, you know, I'm curious about Section 2, about races, where all that came from, and has it gone through, for lack of better terminology, correlation, some kind of vetting with your legal people? And he said, well, the contributor that wrote that section is Ross Merlin from DHS. So right from the horse's mouth. So this is doctrine, folks. And background, it came about because there needed to be a recognition of the role of amateur radios. I'm going to read a lot of this rather than have it on a slide where we're going to bore each other by me reading it and you reading it. A good reader that it'll keep you awake. Recognition of the role of amateur radio as a public service means responsibility. In the this is after World War II. After the discussion involved, amateurs were interested in getting 2 points across. First, that amateur radio had a potential for and capability of playing a major role in the program. And second, that our amateur participation, should be in our own name as an amateur radio service, even if and after war should break out. These were included in the planning. Every amateur should have access to a current version of the FCC rules and regulations for amateur radio, Part 97. Carry that on your smartphone or your smart device. Good idea to have that. Which includes the amateur service. Pay attention, folks, there will be a test. The amateur service, the amateur satellite service, and the amateur radio civil emergency service. So it's part of the rules and regulations. RACES could be the only part of the amateur radio allowed to operate if the president invokes the war powers granted him by the Communications Act and by Congress. Upon proclamation by the, this is a quote, upon proclamation by the president that there exists war or a threat of war, or a state of public peril, or disaster, or other national emergency, or in order to preserve the neutrality of the United States, the president, if he deems it necessary, in the interest of national security or defense, may suspend or amend for such time as he may see fit the rules and regulations applicable to any or all stations or devices capable of emitting electromagnetic radiations within the jurisdiction of the United States as prescribed by the Commission, and may cause the closing of any station for radio communications. That's a pretty powerful statement. The fact that the president, if he invokes the war powers, can shut everything down. If that happens, how likely is that? Pretty unlikely. However, within the last 6 to 8 months, I have heard that terminology used in the media, particularly in regards to the conflict in Syria. If that happened, you folks that are registered with RACES would be the only ones legally allowed to remain functional to use your radio equipment. So let's jump right in and talk about what RACES is. What is RACES? What did I hear? It's a service. The FCC rules defines RACES as a radio service using amateur stations for civil defense communications during periods of local, regional, or national civil emergencies. For this discussion, the term civil defense, emergency preparedness, and emergency management will be used interchangeably. Now this is important stuff because we often talk about RACES in different terms, and that's, I have often said the RACES organization. RACES is a radio service available to government emergency management organizations at all times for official government emergency communications as specified in 47 Code of Federal Regulations 97.407 and 97.111, subparagraph A, subparagraph 4. There is no specific declaration or emergency event that activates RACES. The activation is the direction of the emergency management official to properly qualified individuals to engage in the permitted types of communications in the radio amateur civil emergency service. What does that mean? That means that my director or his appointee within emergency management has to pull the trigger to utilize RACES. Now that might bring some questions into your mind, and we'll cover those in just a minute. Or in just a minute, depending on how long I decide to stand up here. Except for two specific cases, any communications that could be conducted under the RACES rules can also be conducted under the amateur service or non-RACES rules. Those two exceptions are communications with U.S. government radio stations for RACES communications and communications in RACES when the amateur service has been ordered off the air by the President's War Emergency Powers under Title 47 of the United States Code, Section 606. Page 2. To understand what RACES is and what it isn't, it may help to look at some of the other definitions in the FCC rules. By the way, so that I don't think you're sleeping with your eyes open, this can be, even though I'm reading from my notes, this can be an interactive discussion. Full duplex, transmit and receive. So if you have something to say or a question to ask, please raise your hand and let's talk about it. And if I don't have the answer, there are experts in the room that will have the answer. And if they don't, we'll figure it out in the future. Number one, amateur operator, a person named in an amateur operator primary license station grant on the ULS Consolidated Licensee Database to be the control operator of an amateur station. Amateur radio, these are definitions. Amateur radio service, this is 97.3 of the rules and regulations. Amateur radio services, the amateur service, the amateur satellite service, and the radio amateur civil emergency service. The amateur service, a radio communication service for the purpose of self-training, inter-communications, and technical investigations carried out by amateurs, that is, duly authorized persons interested in radio techniques solely with a personal aim and without pecuniary interest. You know what that means? You don't get paid. Definition 5, amateur station. A station in the amateur radio service consisting of the apparatus necessary for carrying on radio communications. And down to subparagraph 38, RACES, Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Service, a radio service using amateur stations for civil defense, translated meaning emergency preparedness or emergency management, communications during periods of local, regional, or national civil emergencies. So what's a service? What's a service? That's not a rhetorical question. Okay? Jerry says it depends on what you're talking about. So what is a radio service? We'll define it closer.
Somebody works for somebody else.
You were covered, Jerry. Hold on. From the back? I heard something from the back.
Somebody who works for somebody else.
Okay, somebody who works for somebody else. Yes, sir.
I'd say it would be a defined mission for a group such as the Marine Radio Service, Aviation Radio Service, Amateur Radio Service that fulfills the need for a specific purpose.
Okay, that's the closest definition to what our author says. And so let's read his definition. A radio service is a categorization of users of the radio spectrum, that's what Jerry said, that have a common specific radio communication purpose. The examples are, what are some examples? Broadcast service, I can tell somebody's recommending. What are some other? Fair enough. Somebody's got their manual open. Okay. Land Mobile Service, everybody that has their 2015 ARES manual on their device and reading it, thank you so much. It's not meant to be a secret, and I'm not, coveting sending this all to you, but this was eye-opening to me because of the terminology we've used and some of the understanding we've had in the past. The amateur radio service comprises the amateur service, the amateur satellite service, and the radio amateur civil emergency service. Most amateur activity is conducted in the amateur service. That's everything we do except satellite service and racing. DX, contesting, HF PAC, PSK 31, JT 65, all that. That's all in the amateur service. A person doesn't join the amateur service. You don't join the amateur service. They get a license and operate in that service in accordance with the applicable rules. Yes? No? Yes. When an amateur communicates via one of the many amateur satellites, they don't join the amateur satellite service. They operate in that service according to the applicable rules. When an amateur operates in the radio amateur civil emergency service, they don't join the radio RACES, the radio amateur civil emergency service. They operate in that service according to the applicable rules. So for years, we've talked in this conference, and we've talked around with one another on a one-on-one basis about joining Utah RACES. Wrong. You don't join Utah RACES. RACES is a radio service with a specific operating criteria. It is not an organization. You folks don't belong to a RACES organization. How many of us have used, I'm guilty, so guilty of this, RACES organization? We say it all the time. I'm trying to repent, folks. It's not an organization. We're part of a service. We're part of a service to government. The rules for operating in RACES require the operator to enroll in the Civil Defense or Emergency Management Organization for the jurisdiction in which they will serve and to register their station with that organization. So, for those of you who may have had to fill out one of the new forms, used to be an application form. What do you usually use an application form for? Joining an organization. Did you notice? You probably didn't because I didn't tell you, but the new form says registration form. You're registering with the Division of Emergency Management so that you can provide volunteer activity in the Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Service. That's all it is. When there is a local or state government civil defense organization, the communications volunteers of that organization could be expected to utilize various radio services as directed by a civil defense official. That's as much as they defined it. In accordance with the rules for each radio service. This includes the local government radio service, the police radio service, the fire radio service, the emergency medical radio service, etc., the disaster communication service, and the radio. Page 3. The Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Service. The volunteers didn't join any of these other radio services. They joined the Civil Defense Organization and operated the radio service appropriate to the situation. So, that means that as a volunteer, whether registered as a RACES volunteer or not, if you were called to assist a government organization and to operate a public safety radio in the public safety bands, given instructions on the proper way to do that, you would be operating in that service. And that would be perfectly legal. There is no RACES organization, hence there is no RACES to join. What amateurs join is the Volunteer Program of Emergency Management Organization, or as the FCC rules put it, the amateur radio operator must be enrolled in the Civil Defense Organization, and station to be used in RACES must be registered with that organization. That's what the registration form is for. When is RACES operational? Okay, one volunteer said when the emergency manager says so. An amateur station operates in RACES only when such operations cannot be conducted under the normal amateur radio service rules. So number one, when it is necessary to communicate between an emergency management agency and federal government stations, for us that could possibly mean talking from the state EOC to FEMA Region 8. And number 2, when it is necessary to communicate for an emergency management agency, official government emergency communications while the amateur service is ordered off the air in accordance with the President's War Emergency Powers. 2 conditions, and 2 conditions only, when it's operational. Anything else done by amateurs who consider themselves RACES members, you remember you're not a RACES member, you're not a member of anything. You're registered as a volunteer. And your station. Anything else done by amateurs who consider themselves RACES members is not RACES. Isn't that interesting? I hope you find this interesting. I do. Participating in weekly RACES nets on the 2-meter repeater is not RACES, since communications in that net are not specifically authorized by the Civil Defense Organization for the area served. Now that might come under scrutiny, but I'm not going to contradict it at this time. RACES members, wrong term again, RACES volunteers sharing information by radio in anticipation of being asked to help, or self-deploying. None of us are guilty of that. In other words, not at the direction of an emergency management official, are operating in the amateur service, not in the radio amateur civil emergency service, regardless of their enrollment status with the emergency management organization.
Bob?
Go ahead, Mel.
I asked a crazy question here. We do a net that we call the RACES net all the time.
We do.
And we've always operated under the guidelines that we can't conduct that net for more than an hour because that's what the regulations say. But if we're operating under the amateur radio service, calling it a RACES net, which is applicable here?
See, I knew that would happen.
I'm sorry.
Perfect timing, Mel, thank you. I knew it would get challenged because that's exactly what we do. We get on the air, we have this net for RACES registered volunteers, and we think that because it's RACES, we are limited to an hour. But we're not, because we're not operating in the RACES service. We're operating in the amateur radio service. When do we operate in the RACES service? In the RACES? I keep saying RACES service, and that's redundant because the last letter S stands for service. When is it? 2 times. When directed by the emergency management official to perform specific government communications, or when the president invokes the war emergency powers. Hall.
So when does that 1 hour limitation actually
I think we get to that. If we don't, we'll discover it later. Yes, John.
Nowhere in the War Power Act is RACES mentioned, nor is amateur radio mentioned.
John said that it's not mentioned in the War Power Act, and that doesn't matter because it's mentioned in Part 97. That's a good question. Does it really need to be there? And you know what? I've been asked, is RACES really needed? Can't we do the same thing with some other service? And we can. But for the very reason that we stated, that RACES can remain on the air when the President invokes the war emergency powers, it's justification enough to register in the RACES. RACES member, okay, I read that already, sorry. ARES operates in the amateur service, where these specific operations are not permitted. ARES members who want to be able to help in these situations and to help their emergency management agency in other ways can do so on the same basis as other citizens by joining the Emergency Management Agency's volunteer program, which in many cases is the CERT program, Community Emergency Response Teams. Page 4. There does not need to be any group or program specifically called RACES for there to be communications in RACES. Now we're getting down into the nitty-gritties. ARES members can provide communications in the radio service, RACES. I hope some lights are turning on in your head. It did when I read that. ARES members, if they meet the enrollment and registration requirement of the Emergency Management Organization. It is not enough for ARES to affiliate with the Emergency Management Organization. The individual operators must personally enroll themselves and register their stations. Why is the individual connection required? Those of you reading through on your smartphones, why is it required? We lost you. It goes back to one of the basic principles of the incident command system, unity of the command, which says that anyone working under ICS has one and only one boss. If you are working for the Emergency Management Organization, you can't also be taking orders at the same time from the ARES Emergency Coordinator. That make sense? Yeah. Do I need to read it again? Does it make sense? Unity of command, you can only have one boss. You can only work in the RACES and not be taking orders from the ARES folks. You can't wear those hats at the same time. In fact, well, enough said. The Emergency Management Organization has to know what resources are available to it. It can't be in a position where it has to compete for a pool of volunteers who are available one minute but committed to some other agency the next. How many of us have multiple hats in communication? Raise your hand. Well, that's about half. The rest of you are probably lying. I'm just kidding. Multiple hats. ARES, RACES, ERC, Red Cross, MARS, MARA, and the list goes on. CERT. The level of commitment expected by an emergency management organization is a matter to be worked out between the organization and the volunteers. So that means that I have to know your level of commitment, because if I need people in my EOC, or I need to deploy someone to another EOC under the RACES, I need to know your level of commitment. Now here's the state of the state in Utah. We have 2,252 registered volunteers in the RACES. I don't expect them all to come here. But there's 144 registered for this conference. We try to make it good training for you. We need to get the word out to the other 2,000 plus that there is training available besides them. The other thing is we have 2,252 registered volunteers. And some of those registration forms go clear back to 1988 and have never been updated. Yet when I do a search on QRZ, they still live in the same house. Why don't they get the word? So the commitment, that's kind of a big deal. ARES leadership positions include the emergency coordinator, the district emergency coordinator, the section emergency coordinator. These positions are called coordinators, not managers. The served agency emergency manager and the ARES emergency coordinator should establish a clear understanding of the EC's role in the activation and utilization of ARES. ARES volunteers should expect to have the same relationship with the served agency as other volunteer groups. What is that? So incumbent upon you folks that are ARES and active with your ARES program, you need to have the same relationship with the government entity or served agency that you are serving as any other group, such as Red Cross and CERT. And they need to know that same commitment.
Question is the difference between enrollment and registration?
Paul's question is, what is the difference between enrollment and registration? I've picked the term registration because I don't want people in the Utah races to think they're in an organization, that they're applying for and being accepted into an organization. They're using, in this document, they're using enrollment in a very similar fashion. You're enrolling as a volunteer, just as you would enroll with Red Cross or CERT to be a volunteer. And that's how I interpret it. If there's any other interpretation, we're open to hear. No hands went up. RACES is only operational when it needs to communicate with federal government stations or when the amateur service has been ordered off the air, and when the emergency management official has directed participating stations to engage in official government emergency communications. RACES was never intended to be an organization unto itself. RACES is not an autonomous entity affiliated with an emergency management agency. It is a capability available to emergency management officials to utilize their volunteers who have amateur radio licenses to engage in official government emergency communication. Is this starting to sound redundant? Hi, Steve. Why do you sit clear back in the back?
We ran out of tables. Just a question about registration again.
Or enrollment.
Well, yeah, if I register with the RACES State of Utah Emergency Management, am I also registered with the political subdivisions, the cities and the counties?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked that question.
Or do I register with all 3 or 4?
Okay, so Steve's question was, if I'm registered with the state RACES, does that automatically enroll me in political subdivisions of that entity? So at the state level, does that mean that if you register with us as a volunteer in RACES, does that mean you're also simultaneously registered with all the counties and with all the cities in Utah, or the ones you live in? No, it does not mean that. We're going to cover that a little deeper here in just a minute. RACES is a radio service. I say that so many times because it's important that we recognize us as a service and not as an organization. With this understanding, it is clear that the 1 hour per week and 72 hours, here's the answer to your question, Paul. The 1 hour per week and the 72 hours twice per year RACES exercise rules do not apply to amateur activities which are otherwise permitted under non-RACES Part 97 rules. If the emergency management official directs that an exercise be conducted in the Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Service, then the RACES rules, including the exercise restrictions, apply. But if amateurs, ARES, or others are merely participating in an exercise that involves the emergency management agency, then they are operating in the amateur service, and the RACES exercise restrictions do not apply. I hope that answered your question.
So, on the monthly nets, are they set up by the state emergency service organization? Or that set up as?
Oh, that's another good question. I'm glad you asked that. So Paul's question was, did the emergency management agency director or appointee direct that the nets be held? So am I being directed to hold the nets through my division? No. And even if we did have a direction to do that through our plans, would it meet the requirements? No, because there's two conditions. The war emergency powers, which is number 2, and the first one is we're not talking to government duty. The volunteer is to use the radio only for official government emergency communications. There's the rule, rule 1. Then the volunteer must do what they have agreed to do. Otherwise, they might be dismissed from the emergency management program. That is a matter of their agreement as a volunteer, not an FCC rule. Have you followed that so far? Do we get it? If the emergency management official allows such communications but is not directing that it be done as official emergency government communications, then the amateur may communicate in the amateur service, which is not RACES, to any non-official, may communicate any non-official communications. There is no need to switch hats. And how many times I've thought that we've done this in, at least with the VHF net, that, after an hour we have to put on the ARES hat and conduct our nets within the ARES rules. No, we continue to conduct our nets in the amateur service. There is no announcement that needs to be made when switching between the RACES and the amateur service.
Okay, so you're in the middle of the flood. The police chief tells you, contact his wife, who's got radio at home, and tell her he's fine. And then he tells you to call the head of the police department and give him the need for cops at XYZ station. So with call the cops, that's the official government thing, that's crazy. Call his wife, is ARES.
Somebody said Bob. Who was that? Oh, Mike, go ahead. We'll come back to you.
So I guess I think some of this getting this thing down to the weeds, not to you, but when they're talking about talking to government stations, maybe against this. But I think we have to be careful and figure out which communications with the police, because monitoring these connections under the racing service, using the racing frequency in the amateur radio spectrum to help them with government communications. They may also direct people as volunteers to operate on the public service radios. And that's kind of what I heard on this last question, unless I'm misinterpreting that. And so that's not racing.
Okay. Well, let's unravel her question first. Okay, are they using the amateur radio, handheld or mobile, to do both things? So the question is, during this flood, the amateur was directed to check home with the wife or husband to see if they're okay, right? Check on their welfare. And then turn right around and the next message is from the local police chief to a field unit. Okay. whatever the communications is. It's from the police in the EOC or whatever to a field unit. There are several variables. First of all, was the amateur operator put into the RACES in that police station, and by whom? That's a variable. The other thing is that police chief now, see, if the police chief is not the director of that emergency management organization and that volunteer is not registered with that entity, then it's all being conducted in the amateur service, and those are okay communications, as long as they're on the amateur service frequencies. And there's an amateur in the EOC or police station, another one in the field, and the other one at home. So that's all within the amateur service. Now, what Mike said is this gets way down into the weeds. Hang on, Don. Mike said this is getting way down into the weeds. I agree, but I'm glad of it, because I think some of us have had a misconception about RACES for a long time. I, for one, haven't seen such a good discussion about RACES as this is. The other thing is, if a volunteer is brought into a situation where they're communicating over the amateur service with their amateur radio and turn around and get directed to talk on the public safety service radio, then they're covered under the public safety, that service's rules. They're operating in two different services, not simultaneously, but consecutively. That make sense?
Yes. You know, one of the simplified version of this is the racing service, the racing fields, if what's amateur, registered with racing, the ability to use their equipment and expertise on racing frequencies. The racing amateur radio frequencies, which are defined.
Okay.
Communicate with them, otherwise would not be able to communicate.
Okay, so where you're going with this is that, okay, in the Civil Preparedness Guidance 1-15, which was published by FEMA back in 1991, and it's never been updated, there is within that Civil Preparedness Guidance a list of authorized amateur radio frequencies. They are not RACES frequencies, they reside in the current amateur radio bands, and they are in the amateur radio service. And those are the frequencies we're authorized to use in the case of the war emergency powers, when everybody else is off the air. They haven't. I've talked to the FCC and they haven't. They haven't done away with that. Civil Preparedness Guidance 1-15 is still the current guidance for RACES. And it's available online. You can download it. And I looked at it just the other day, and those frequencies are within the amateur bands and within the amateur service. Okay, we had more questions. Mel, you had a question. You're good? Anyone else in the back? Jerry. What Jerry said was that he believes that there is a provision that government organizations as FEMA, and Jay, you might know this better than I, but that there are actually government call signs issued to these organizations, and they have a right, even though the amateur operator is not, the operator is not an amateur radio service licensed operator. They can still get on those amateur frequencies and talk with us in Utah under RACES.
Jerry said it exactly right. The FEMA radios do not have FCC license right at all. However, there are lists of amateur hearing call signs, which the FCC has on their restricted do not issue list. And Jerry mentioned one of them, we have 7 EMA, we have 6 EMA, those will never be issued to the FCC. And the operating instructions of FEMA regions are that appropriate authorization will be given if that needs to be activated. So if the FEMA station comes onto a campaign under guidance of racing, the call sign at least looks to schedule the station.
Okay. That's something I didn't know, and thank you both for very much. That's additional great information.
I think what it does, it makes circumstance. It gives amateurs and government operators the ability to all communicate, regardless of which capture, under the basic service. Everybody else is on.
Well said. Thank you. Steve?
You can actually do it any day using split. Like during Armed Forces Day with the amateur transmitted its license, the government station transmitted theirs, you're just receiving on that frequency.
Okay. Would you like to get a handheld radio out and tune it to 146.44 and repeat that, and it'll go over the PA system? Because some of us heard you and some of us didn't.
Okay, hands down again. You can do that any day, and a good example is Armed Forces Day, when the amateurs are transmitting within their bands, the government stations are transmitting within theirs, and they're communicating by operating split. So each transmission is within their own service, but the communication is by receiving the other's frequency.
Okay. What he said, if you didn't understand that, is that you can go split with a government station. You can operate as an amateur in your licensed band, talking to that station. They receive it on their radio on that band, and then they talk back to you on their authorized frequency, which you can receive at your station. And both of you are now in compliance with the normal rules and regulations governing those services. Is that correct, Steve?
That's correct.
And 7 BBW. Somebody else had a hand up? Yes, sir.
Can an emergency management official tell a racing station to contact another government shares station if it's on an amateur frequency?
Shares is a different service, and they do not operate in the amateur service.
But they can move in on amateur frequencies when their other frequencies are limited.
I don't know if there's authorization for that or not. I don't think so.
You know, if there's an emergency, you know, that we're doing, but it is not authorized.
Okay, and we're going to talk about what the definition of emergencies are here very quickly. Any more discussion on the last point?
As I recall, from the SEC rules,
Where are you?
right here. As I recall from the SEC rules, if there is an emergency, you're not restricted to the amateur operator.
Okay, we're going to talk about that. So, perfect segue again. You folks have assimilated through space and time the information that's on this form. There is no when ARES is activated. We stop there. Either one is operating the radio amateur civil emergency service because they are communicating official government emergency communications with the federal government radio station, which is not permitted in the amateur service because the amateur service and this amateur satellite service have been ordered off the air. Otherwise, they are operating in the amateur service or amateur satellite service. If you are not allowed to do something in one service, but you are allowed to do it in the other service, then you must be operating in the service where it is allowed. So that answers a few questions. Many amateurs believe quote, in an emergency, anything goes. Ross Merlin says this is not true. There are specific rules that specify what the station may do in certain emergency circumstances, not whatever someone might consider to be an emergency. These rules are 97.403, safety of life and protection of property, and 97.405, station in distress. Now, Jerry brought up an interesting comment, and I love it, about buying these radios that have been opened up for all these other services. And I think some of the other radios that you can buy, the Chinese radios, are already type approved to operate in non-amateur service frequencies. Why would you want to do that? You don't have a license to do it, first of all, and this is going to be under this anything goes perception that some of us have had over the years. 97.403, safety of life and protection of property. No provision of these rules prevents the use by an amateur station of any means of radio communication at its disposal to provide essential communication needs in connection with the immediate safety of human life and the immediate protection of property when normal communication systems are not available. 97.405, station in distress. No provisions of these rules prevents the use by an amateur station in distress of any means at its disposal to attract attention, make known its condition and location, and obtain assistance. And number B, no provision of these rules prevents the use by a station in the exceptional circumstances described in paragraph A of this section of any means of radio communications at its disposal to assist a station in distress. Let's talk about the first. Immediate safety of human life and immediate protection of property means it actually happening or about to happen. Not just the mere possibility that something could happen when normal communication systems are not available, inaccessible, or inoperative. Any means of radio communications at its disposal to provide essential communications needs. Essential communication needs directly related to the immediate situation, not routine communications that happen to occur during an emergency situation. A station in distress or assisting a station in distress may use any means at its disposal to attract it. We read that. If you think about the meaning of the key terms in these rules, you will see that they are a long way from anything goes. The leeway afforded an amateur by 97.403 and 405 applies only to the immediate situation that is specifically life-threatening or property-threatening, not the broader situation in which it occurs. For example, communications to request a medevac helicopter to a multi-vehicle collision keyword here, could come under 97.403, but not communications to request tow trucks to clear the roadway after the medevac flight has departed.
This situation, some of us remember came up in Utah years ago. There was an amateur down in Kansas. You should radio work.
Yeah, this situation actually happened in Utah years ago. There was an amateur down in Canyonlands. He was out hiking, backpacking something, and took a swig of water from his vehicle. When he got back, it turned out to be antifreeze. And was immediately fearful of his life. So he took his wide-banded radio and called for assistance on the National Park Service channel, which they didn't appreciate. So there was a big dust up over that. And so that situation actually convened a panel in Salt Lake. And there were a couple of safety dispatchers, there were a couple of amateur radio representatives, and there was an FCC engineer on the panel. John, you can tell me if I got this straight. And it's all about the anything goes, which has never been clarified in writing. But the FCC engineer offered this response. He said, and this was the interpretation that came out as a practical sense. Somebody with technician privileges could operate a radio and say something would normally require general or advanced or extra privileges, etc. Because the engineer said, if you're going to take your radio and operate on a service to which you're not licensed, you're no longer operating as an amateur radio operator. And that Part 97 doesn't apply. You're operating outside Part 97. And so the FCC's engineer, again, none of this has been clarified in writing, but this was an opinion given when the situation happened, that as long as you're operating within Part 97, anything goes. If you're operating outside of Part 97, anything doesn't go. And that's the best clarification that we've ever heard in Utah. It came out of this action.
So what are you supposed to do? Die?
Bob? The practical matter of it all is, I suspect, it's kind of like, when you have a concealed carry permit, which I don't, you take out your gun, there's always a risk. You choose, to take that risk. You make a judgment call. And you might be found right or you may be found wrong after the fact. The fact is you take a risk.
Bottom line of that story, don't drink antifreeze. Now,
And a very interesting comment related to that. Riley Hollingsworth was asked a very similar question, and he came right back real quick to the hands, and he said, you know what? It's better to ask forgiveness than to be dead.
and I'm not going to disagree with that, but like Mike said, once he was out of the frequency bands authorized under the amateur service, he was no longer operating under those rules. So if he was going to be tried and convicted of a violation, it would be in violation of the rules that govern the service he was operating in, which would be the Park Service communications rules and government. And if he's in violation of that, then again, probably better to be alive than being carried out on a gurney or Stokes, but it's a judgment call. And John.
We had a similar thing happen during the Olympics. We modified a bunch of Delta radios and we had them hooked up to the 1000 boxes, and we could patch the ham radio into the Secret Service, the FBI, Postal Service, all the others. And we asked Riley about that. This was an emergency type thing when all the other things were busted or whatever. And he said, if that's all you've got to worry about in Utah, just forget it.
And again, those are opinions. Come on up, Brent.
Just going to follow up a little bit with Mike's comments. This roundtable discussion we had with the FCC and several dispatchers, it was actually a RACES conference just like this. It was held in Salt Lake City. And the bottom line conclusion, just to make it short and sweet, was if you have any other capabilities outside of going onto the public safety band to report it, that should be your highest priority. If in fact it's life and property, do what you need to do.
Thanks, Brent. Emergency communications always has priority. It says so in Rule 97.101, subparagraph C. At all times and on all frequencies, each control operator must give priority to stations providing emergency communications, except to stations transmitting communications for training drills and tests and racings. I would say become familiar with 97.403 and 405. That's your legal guide in the amateur service about what goes and what doesn't go. I personally don't have the philosophy of anything goes. I'm not going to carry a radio that's been broadbanded. If I'm going to carry a radio, I'm going to be authorized to use that radio through the service with which it's licensed to operate in. Are there any questions about this discussion of races this afternoon we haven't already covered? Have we answered your questions?
Would you read 403 again?
403 and 405 again? I would be happy to do that.
Because I think that addresses all these questions that are coming up.
And if it doesn't,
We're going to break.
97.403, safety of life and property, protection of property. No provision of these rules prevents the use by an amateur station of any means of radio communication at its disposal.
Any means,
Any means.
whether it's
Also, any means of radio communications.
no matter which service it's in.
It doesn't say.
Exactly.
Thank you. At its disposal to provide essential communication needs in connection with the immediate safety of human life and the immediate protection of property when normal communication systems are not available. That means if you're out in the boonies and you drink antifreeze and your cell phone doesn't work and you can't reach a radio that has an amateur service repeater that has coverage somewhere else, hope you have a broadbanded radio, I guess. 97.405A, no provision of these rules prevents the use by an amateur station in distress of any means at its disposal to attract attention, make known its condition and location, and obtain assistance. That's for an amateur station to obtain assistance in distress. And the second paragraph applies to assisting that kind of a station. No provision of these rules prevents the use by a station in the exceptional circumstances described in paragraph A of this section of any means of radio communications at its disposal to assist a station in distress. There you have it, folks. Have a break.
I met with Michelle. I can't sell them. No, it's like because we're getting audience. I can't hear that. So video and audio. Separate all the ways I need are significant results. Everybody's on the internet.
Yeah, you're right.
They don't use what I'm up to. So I'm hoping that my otherwise isn't causing boxes. I've got good 400 years since I've got good relationships. Well, everything worked last night. Last night. All day yesterday, I had to stay under those stadiums.
That's because you're going up and down.
Right.
How to do another one of those reminders and ask people.
Without my video capture card.
Oh, yeah.
I got some.
Yes. That's quite a story. Oh, man.
Use which radio you use to call for help. What's with
What I found interesting with this school is they teach you in parts like mine, but so I don't see them from obstacles. And their deal is, we start listening to well, what's interesting is style transmitting just the spacing until you sit there 30 minutes at first and then you pick it up. But as you do that, you start getting better. Yeah, many energy was passed through. CW Box is the name, it's on the first website. And they have it's what it is, they have a link to a training. And every twice a week, and you get all the sky with and then he's he gives you some philosophy, teaches you some things, or no, I'm sorry. He'll have you transmit it to the site. So, transmit to me. Then we will also have my mentor, and he was a star professor at the top, and linguistics, and which really helped him. He had a lot of insight into so we don't think anything about it. We wouldn't see that it's first. That's the picture. Yeah, Yeah. Police force, and she gives us. Yeah. Oh, it's you kidding? She doesn't have a license.
Okay. Now we're back away. Is there that big a line as a restroom and all these seats are empty? There was a couple of points made after the discussion about races that we probably need to just bring up. First of all, the question was asked about if I register with the state of Utah races, am I automatically registered with Florida? Well, I've already said that. You can only be registered with one races at a time. You cannot register for Utah races and be registered for Salt Lake County races if there was a races in Salt Lake County. Now, any government jurisdiction, that means political subdivision of a state or a county, can have their own races. And it's not incumbent upon them to coordinate that with me at the state level. However, as a registered volunteer, it would be up to you to unregister from the state if you're going to register with a county races. In the state of Utah, I only know of one other county that operated a races in the past, and that was Washington County under the direction of Dean Cox when he was the emergency manager there. And he called it races, but it was more of an ARES group, functionally, than it was a races. But that was the label he put on it. Remember that you can only belong to one, and only one races registered as a registered volunteer. So if you register with me, you can't register for Washington County or Davis County if they decide to have a races. Yes, sir.
Just you know, for the new manager there, that's not the case, so there's no reason.
I understand that, but this was long past and it caused confusion. And that's one of the things in our technology workshop we brought up about races and the fact that there has been some very mild dissatisfaction with ARES in Salt Lake County in the past little while with the behavior of some of the personnel there. And the emergency manager will not embrace ARES, period. And he has talked with me in the past about having his own races. And I've discouraged him because it's a confusion factor. And he's moving to a different assignment now with Salt Lake County, but he was at our technology conference. And he agrees now that having their own races is probably not the best for Salt Lake County or for Utah because of the confusion that it would cause in the administration of it. So he would come to me and ask for volunteers to support Salt Lake County if they needed to do that. DML first.
Does the current application for raising still promise obedience to FCC directives is open-ended? Can the FCC transfer that obedience to other agencies?
Here's what the form says. In the most current version, the old versions have been brought into obedience. I hereby apply for registration with the Utah State Division of Emergency Management as a state RACES volunteer. If accepted, I will serve to the best of my ability as requested by duly constituted authority, that's the Emergency Management Authority, and abide by the state RACES plan and SOP, state standard operating procedures. I certify that 1, I possess a current and valid amateur radio license which has never been suspended or revoked, and 2, I have never been denied membership nor had membership revoked in another amateur emergency communications service. 3, I have never been convicted of a felony. 4, I am a citizen of the United States. 5, I am physically and mentally able to perform the duties I may be assigned. The Utah Department of Public Safety has my permission to perform a background check. I agree to abide by and obey all orders and directives of the Federal Communications Commission as they apply to the Radio Amateur Civil Emergency Service, and that any authorization issued in accordance with this registration shall be issued with the express understanding that it is subject to revocation or cancellation at any time. Now, I don't see the point of having it transferred to another government entity. First of all, you can't be registered simultaneously in 2 races. So if you are registered with Utah RACES, you're governed by the FCC rules and regulations, by CP guidance, Civil Preparedness Guidance 1-15, and that paragraph. If you move and deregister with Utah RACES and go to another state that has a RACES program and you register with that RACES program, then you come under their requirements. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Wait a minute, Doug, you had a question?
I was going to say, if you've got a house here and a house in another state, can you be dual registered because you're moving back and forth between the two?
No. Simple answer. Bill?
I have the same question.
Yeah, no, you have to choose. Just choose wisely.
This is more of a philosophical question. I understand intimately what our role as volunteers in ARES is. What does the state envision this massive list of 2,000 plus registrants disseminated throughout the state? What do we do? What do you anticipate that we would do to support this program if something were to happen?
I see all of you as willing volunteers ready to support the emergency management agency in any function that RACES qualifies for in times of dire need. And we went through that in that discussion. If we have a severe catastrophic disaster of any kind, specifically the earthquake we keep planning and training against in our shakeout and our plans, which is the greatest risk we have the natural hazard risk we have in the state of Utah, then we know that infrastructure is going to be severely disrupted, damaged, or inoperable, depending on where that infrastructure resides in the earthquake. And so we know that we will have, number one, a decrease in services from emergency response. We will have decrease in services from providers like AT&T, CenturyLink, Sprint. We will have decreased service from power companies, and we'll have decreased service from public works, such as water and sewer. We know all those things are going to happen. We can put the parameters of that disaster in a thing called HAZAS that churns it all up and spits out numbers. They're all estimates of what is and isn't going to work. We know that the public safety communications infrastructure will be severely overloaded, and in some cases, damaged or inoperable, depending on where that resides in the earthquake. I see the RACES volunteers as a resource. When we have that happen, RACES will be put to work, those volunteers that are available, and we will have a decrease in volunteers. How many of you know what a URM is? We've talked about this before. How many of you know? A URM is an unreinforced masonry building. If you live in a home that's older than 1972 by the date of its construction, and you live, and it's a brick home, you live in an unreinforced masonry building. They don't do well when the ground moves. Two-story ones don't do well as one-story ones. So if you live in a one-story home like I do, that's a URM built in 1962, I might survive it coming down around my ears, but I'm going to be digging out for hours or waiting to be dug out for hours. That means that I'm no longer a resource, I'm a victim. That may apply to many of you and many of us. If that were the case, how many of us as amateur radio service volunteers, we're going to throw out ARES, we're going to throw out RACES, we're going to throw out MRC and Red Cross and MARA and MARS and all of those, just we're going to say radio operators in general that would help if they were asked to help, are going to be victims. There's going to be a portion of us in the earthquake zone. That's going to be along the Wasatch Front. That's what we prepare against. So those of you that live in Union County and perhaps Morgan County and Weber County and Box Elder County and Tooele County and Juab County and Kane County and Iron County and Washington County, you now become resources that we can call on to come in to provide that assistance. It may take you a while to get here, but we look at, I look at it as a pool of volunteers that hopefully have registered their willingness to help in that scenario. Does that answer your question?
How would they be contacted? Let's say, they would be, I would assume, all, cell communications and, phone lines are damaged and everything else. How would they expect, or we would all expect to be communicated?
Okay, good question. Johnny says, how are we going to be contacted? Well, once the shaking stops and the rubble quits falling down around my ears, I'm going to get out my cell phone and call you all one at a time. Wrong.
So I would envision in my mind that there would be some kind of either repeater or simplex communications within our local areas that would, and message traffic begin.
First of all, we train against that. So in your planning, number one, you plan to prepare and be prepared yourself. And second, you prepare and prepare your family. Once you have those two things nailed down, you can say, we're okay. Then what's the next thing you do? What's the next thing you're going to do? You're going to go to the state EOC, you're going to take your bicycle and go through all the rubble and get into the now. What are you going to do?
Listen. This is a radio.
Right. Okay. If I were going to contact you, first of all, it probably wouldn't be immediate, because I already know that the immediate needs of the local area are going to be covered by local volunteers. If you're okay, your family's okay, and you're a volunteer in ARES or RACES, what have you been trained to do? What have you been trained to do? Do you have a InfoNet, as Jerry called it in his ARES plan? Do you have an InfoNet? What's an InfoNet? It's a place you can go and get info. What if you go there on frequency and you listen for 5 minutes and nobody's there? What can you do? Start a net and start collecting information. And hopefully, at some point in time, a net control operator that's under the direction of the EC and the served agency will come on frequency and you'll start getting instructions. If you were to want to be part of the state response, as far as a RACES volunteer, then you would not only want to listen to your local repeater or whatever InfoNet frequency you're assigned, but you'd also want to listen to our statewide frequencies. Every one of you that has no stars on your badge, or only 1 star on your badge, should have in your files a sheet of paper that has the state RACES information, where we listen. I can't listen to all the 29 counties and 350 plus cities around the state for incoming messages. You have to come to me. So if I were going to bring volunteers in to the EOC or bring volunteers into the affected area to perform that government communication service, then I would make that announcement, or I have that announcement made on those frequencies that we listen to, so that you would hear them there, and you would reply back to us. In other words, you would listen on our frequency. Bob?
It seems like the last hour and a half we've been discussing this would be moved if in fact the catastrophic event turned out to be EMP. What provisions does the state department their electronics communication here so that you can get in, you can communicate with people?
Bob's question regards EMP. That's a good question. The state radio room in the basement of the state office building, if it's not a catastrophic earthquake, which may or may not cause that building to be unoccupiable, is hardened. It's not 100% hardened, but it's hardened against EMP. Certainly, that's a condition everybody needs to address. I know some, they're not with us here this afternoon, that put their radios in galvanized garbage can as soon as they're not using them. So if you feel that that's a significant risk to your operating, and there's a significant risk of an EMP happening by virtue of terrorism, and the only other ways I can think of that being affecting us is through a solar event, and if it's a solar event, we have time to prepare. I think it's about 20 minutes, depending on what kind of solar event it is. But there is a warning. And if we have that kind of a solar event that's catastrophic, then it's not only going to affect our communications equipment, but it's going to affect our electrical distribution grid and a lot of things. SCADA system is going to affect a lot of things. And depending on the preparation those folks have, it could turn us upside down. I won't go any further than that because it's one of those can of worms discussions that you could go on and on about. And so I'll leave it at that. But prepare if you feel the need. More questions? Okay. We're ready to exercise, right? Everybody stand up.
Bob, can you make your announcement?
Oh yeah. For those of you who have smart devices, that have automatically or somehow figured out how to connect to the conference center over Wi-Fi. If you would please disengage that wireless. We're struggling with bandwidth here, and that's using up quite a bit of bandwidth. And you're not going to read it. We're not going to read any more rules and regulations. We're not going to read any more, period. So you can rest assured you're going to have fun the rest of the time here today. Get your radios out. How many brought manuals for the radios? Very good. Stand by. Okay, this is going to be a repeat of something we've done in previous years, but it was mentioned so many times that I think it's important that we learn this. And if we don't need to learn it, then we can help our neighbor learn it. This is regarding programming the radios from the radio, not from a computer. So this is your first assignment, getting to know your radio. That's what you want to do. You can sit back down. I just wanted to do a stretch. That's your first assignment. If you already know how to do this, or you've done this already with your handheld, you have a neighbor on your table group that is struggling, help them, train them how to do this.
Now, if you've had something programmed into the call channel previously, that's okay. I still want you to put this in the call channel. You can always reprogram the call channel however you see fit. But why did I put that in there? What's 146.52? National call channel. Also, some of you that are old timers in the hobby might have a new radio that you're not familiar with, so that's why I asked you to do this. Is it a camera? Yeah. That's who's done? Raise your hand. Oh, that's a minority. How many are struggling? Raise your hand. Okay, those who are done can help those who are struggling.
What are we doing, Mike? Reading our manuals? Or I had to step out for an emergency call. Looking at staff right there. Video recording shut down. So you can't get this one. Okay, I'll stick around, no problem.
for just one.
Everybody still struggling? All done? Ready for the next one? No? Who needs help? Raise your hand. Okay, we've got a couple over here that need help. They have a Chinese radio. Who's an expert over here? Somebody with a Chinese radio, come and help Tom and Beth. Okay, Sandra, did you need help? Okay, somebody up here in this corner can help Sandra. Icon radio. Who can help Sandra with an icon? Anybody? Bueller? Mike? You can help her? Go help Sandra. Karen, did you need help? Okay, we're good there. Man, I've got 7 exercises and it's already 5 after 3. If we can get it done. Okay. Shall we move to the next slide for your next exercise? Or not? The noise level starts to come up, so when the noise level comes up, that means you're ready to move on, right? How many of you do not have a dual band radio? How many do not have a dual band? This one doesn't apply to you. Don't worry about this one. This is, unless you brought a UHF radio with you. You have 2 radios that would apply to you. It still applies. Just add a 1 to that. Just to. Anybody guess what this frequency is? It's being put in the call channel on the UHF side. Why?
National simplex frequency.
National simplex frequency for UHF.
70 centimeters.
It's the national UHF call channel. Calling frequency, excuse me, calling frequency. Keep working. I'm going to mumble a little bit while you work. The reason I keep doing this, well, at least last year and this year, is because a few years ago, quite a few years ago, I went to an incident up in Riverdale called the Riverdale Canal Break, and it was surprising how many volunteers, amateur radio volunteers that came to help with this did not know how to even enter a frequency through the keypad of their radio. This is important stuff to know how to do.
Well, I figured it was crazy at the time.
Okay, we have some prizes to give away. While you guys are working, we're going to do that. How many are finished with this part? Most of you? Good. How many are not finished? Okay. I got you left. Woody, are you still here? He missed. He missed out. What's that? It's all of them. Ticket number 198185. 185. Really? Really? Good for you, James. Harry Stillman, you're for you. Ticket number 216. Where?
Well, it would have been that way.
Gone home? 2-0. Very good.
Oh, you're gonna leave. Give your ticket to someone.
Okay, let's see. Who's the oldest one in here? Anybody older than 70? Stand up. If you're older than 70. If you're older than 75, stay standing. Older than 80, stay standing.
There you go.
Perfect. Okay, I think I know who's going to win this next one. Younger than 15. Younger than 20. Stand up if you're younger than 20. Come on up. Recently licensed. Who's been licensed less than a month? Less than 2 months? Less than a month, right here? Who's been licensed the longest? More than 50 years? Okay. Wow, that's awesome.
They all should.
More than 55 years.
Licensed before my 20 was born.
More than 60 years.
That guy got along.
20 years, John.
Is he still running? Okay. 54 years. Anybody want longer than 54 years? Oh, in 54? Oh, over 60 years. Okay. And he was?
He's still working on the map.
68 years? 58 years? 58, you were 60?
Give him a prize.
You just won a prize. Can I give it to him?
Yeah.
Anybody still struggling with this exercise? Yeah, I know, you just want the prize. There's another one. One, 3, 6.
No, they
$153. 143.
You start to check that basket, man. All at once.
256.
Whoa,
That's too bad.
Everybody got this exercise done? Did you know there was a 2-meter reaction frequency? You know that? That's it. That's why you put in there reaction. Number 7, the text entry should say something about reaction. That's directly out of the VHF Society manual. And it's set aside for talking, which is something ham radio operators do often. From the blank stares, you're either stumped by these exercises, tired and ready to go home, or just can't wait to go trick-or-treating with your kids or grandkids. One of those 3. Or at home and watch a football game. I'd like to thank Mel Parks for providing the prizes, the book prizes today, and through the ARRL. Appreciate it, Mel. Thank you very much. Remember tonight, fall back, set your clocks back. When we finish today, if any of you want to just poke your head in the comm van, I will attempt to get the door open so you can do that. It's the old comm van box on a new chassis. The new chassis is a Dodge 5500 4-wheel drive. It's got some pretty whiz-bang stuff in it. And the box itself isn't finished. We've got about 3 more days of work before it's turned back over to me to reinstall the radio. So you're not going to see a lot in there other than the changes that have taken place since you saw it last, which was maybe a long time ago for most of you. Are there any questions you have for anything that we've covered today? David. Some don't have a call channel? Oh, I wouldn't buy one of those. That's okay. You could always put it in channel 1 and use that as your call channel. In memory slot 1, if you wanted to do that. If they don't have a call channel, that's okay. There was a couple more things I was going to have you do here, but do you get the purpose of this? The idea is that when you go deploy in the field that you're a resource and not a handicap. That you can do what you need to do to get on the frequencies that the incident is on for amateur support. I want to thank Karen. I don't know that she's out there right now, but please be sure and thank her when you see her next. She's my right-hand person for this conference. I want to thank all of you for being here and supporting this. Be sure you turn in your green forms. If you want to leave the green forms, let's make a place on the back table there. And last, the Hamfest forms. Mel, where do you want the Hamfest forms? Let's do this. The green forms in one stack, the Hamfest forms in the other stack. That way we don't have to weed them out. Okay. Marvin Match asked a few people to meet with him before he leaves. It is about the Hamfest. We have one last thing. Don't get up yet, folks. We have one last thing. Hall would like to give a report of the food pantry.
I would like to thank all of you for your attention, your concerns, your donations. We collected $116.23. I think everybody can hear me. $116.23 plus the food that's in the barrels. Thank you so much. And without getting food pantries. And if you're not from the Davis County area, please keep your local food pantries in mind, especially as we approach the holiday season. A lot of the pantries, the last statewide food drive was the reservoir, did not turn out a lot. There was a lot of publicity about it, and so the result was that it was poor, and some pantries did very poorly. So if you can donate, please do so. Food or dollars, food life. Again, thank you very much.
And Paul, thank you for bringing the donation receptacles. If there's nothing further from the group, happy Halloween and a safe trip home.